Good morning, warm welcome at the MAC today to today's conference, a cooperation between the Museum of Applied Arts and the University of Applied Arts, which is a wonderful moment to celebrate our connection that has existed for such a long time, but that we can intensify again and again, especially in topics like today's, where we both institutions look into the future of architecture in this case. For the MAC, the question of digital-born art, of digital-born additions to our collection is something that we discuss a lot at the moment. We look at digital art, and we have an exhibition running at the moment, /Imagine, and curators Marlies Wirth and Bika Rebek are present and will talk to you later, is showcasing our aim to contribute, to discuss these matters. And of course, it was extremely interesting to see in this period of a little more than a year's time, when we were talking about the show and working on the show, how rapidly things develop, how AI-driven tool like Midjourney is sort of moving out of the architect's hands into everybody's hands, and what that creates. So, what AI-driven design creates, and what computerized design can do for the future of architecture is what we will hear and discuss today. I'm happy to have you here for the day, and I'm extremely happy to say hello, Gerald Bast, and hand over to you.
Yes, thank you, Lily Holland. Thank you to the MAC, and very warm welcome from my side as well. This is an important event, not only due to the topic, but also due to our, you mentioned it, ongoing and I think increasing collaboration between two major institutions with the focusing on art, design and architecture. This is an event, a symposium about digital tools in architecture, about computerized design. We all know and realize now that this is the most important technology of the future. It is a mighty thing we have, and it will become even more powerful in the next few years. This is a fact, and we cannot stop it, and we should not stop it. But we should have in mind, and we always should have in mind, that this is, especially AI and all these forms of digital technology, that this is a tool. Nothing but a tool. An enormously mighty tool, but just a tool. And of course, it is important and necessary being able to handle this tool and learn how to handle this tool. But the really decisive competence is not to code, and not just how to code, but the decisive competence is what to code. It is the content, It is about the content and it's about the direction and the meaning of the content. Some time ago, I had a very intense dispute with an architect. I don't name it now. Doesn't matter. And this architect said openly in the public, in an interview, repeatedly, that the situation of people who don't work in fancy skyscraper offices, who don't live in beautiful lofts, people who live in suburbs or even in slums, people who cannot listen to Mozart music in spectacular, very spectacular concert halls, that the living conditions of those kind of people is not a topic for architecture. And the reason for that, he said, an architect is not a social worker. Well, I think, and I really believe, and I'm convinced that architecture, like any other profession, is about responsibility. And if they don't take this responsibility, architects, as other professionals, will be replaced by machines and algorithms in the near future. Architects, of course, have to use the newest and the best technology, but they have to use this technology to take responsibility for the development of the society and for the development of the society as a whole. This decision-making processes, these design processes, humans can better than machines, at least so far. And therefore, we at universities, in this education sector, but also professionals, should be aware what humans can better than machines, still can better than machines. And they should focus on these areas, using technology. Thank you very much, and thank you once more to Lili Holle and to the MAC for making it possible to realize this idea of a wonderful conference with so many inspired people. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for Director of Online. Thank you, President Bast, for the introduction. Thanks to the audience for coming. I do not see the audience, but I presume there is one. And don't worry, I shall be very brief. I evidently would have been very happy to be with you in the room where you are, 18 years almost to the day after another digital symposium, which took place at the end of May 2005 in that very room where you are, titled 12 Years of Folding, Gilles Deleuze and the IT Revolution in Architecture, with Greg Lynn, Peter Eisenman, Kurt Foster, Stan Allen, Antonino Saggio, and many others. The plan back then, 18 years ago, was to mark and celebrate 10 years of folding in architecture, meaning 10 years from the publication of that now famous issue of AD, titled Folding in Architecture, guest edited by Greg, originally published in 1993, and now often seen as the starting point of what we now call the digital turn in architecture. But we were delayed, the publication of the issue of AD took forever. So when the symposium in the end took place, there in that room, in 2005, end of May, the title became not 10, but 12 years of folding. But 10 or 12, the spirit was the same. The consensus back then was that publication, Folding in Architecture 1993, was a turning point. Computers were not invented in 1993, nor was computer-aided design. But something was invented in and around 1993. And that was an idea. The idea that computer-aided design and fabrication would change architecture drastically, forever, and for the better. The idea was that thanks to computer-aided design and fabrication, a new and better way of building, a new and better way of making was born, which was here to stay. Well, we are now 2023, so the digital turn in architecture is now exactly 30 years old. Time to look back for those who were there from the start, take stock and ask what happened and what didn't. As it is evident that something has not played out exactly as we had expected. Some grand promises of the first digital turn in architecture never materialized. On the other hand, some new things have come up which nobody had anticipated. So let me mention briefly, as an introduction to the papers we shall listen to today, 3 main areas of computational design where today's reality is quite different from the plans we made 1 generation ago. Topic number 1, the fabrication gap. Huge advances have been made in the field of computational design proper. I mean, notations and calculation, stuff we do on the screen, pixels, bits and bytes. But manufacturing or fabrication have, for the most part, not followed suit. The building and construction industry today is a retrograde dinosaur, wasting huge amounts of raw materials, human labor, and non-renewable energy. Unless we can upgrade project delivery, even the best design intentions will remain intentions. Let's not forget that at the end of the day, we shall be judged by the houses we build, not by the pictures we post. Topic number 2, or issue number 2, or problem number 2, cyberspace permanent latency. Starting from the early 90s, avant-garde designers have been experimenting with electronic alternatives to physical space, from cyberspace and virtual reality to today's metaverse. And since the 90s, we have argued that the electronic transmission of information is cheaper, faster, smarter, and more environmentally sustainable than the mechanical transportation of people and goods. But nobody believed us. Cyberspace never took off. Then came the pandemic, and all of a sudden, due to force majeure, we discovered that cyberspace had always been there, ready for use, and that in many cases, it actually works pretty well. And now the pandemic is over, and you may have noticed that we are back to the good old ways, well, with some exceptions, because as you notice, I'm not in the room with you, but that was the plan. I wrote this brief introduction before I had to cancel my trip. But think of this. For 28 years or 30 years, we used to think that cyberspace would be our future. Well, oddly, from today's vantage point, cyberspace is already our past. That's a place where we were from 2020 to 2022. Yet the pandemic has proven that an electronic alternative to the old way of working, what we now call the anthropocenic way of working, based on massive physical infrastructure and mechanical transportation, well, today we know that an alternative exists and it is viable. If we are looking for a sustainable technological future, the metaverse or something similar to that, no matter how we call it, may as well be the only option we have, whether we like it or not. Third issue, the return of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence was invented in the late 50s, tested in the 60s, and abandoned in the 70s because it didn't work. Yet, for the last few years, it has been back, and today, unexpectedly, it kind of works. The computers that powered the first digital turn in architecture in the 90s, they were not thinking machines, they were drawing machines. But today's computers are going back to being what they were always meant to be: general problem-solving machines, not drawing tools, but design tools, intelligent decision-making tools. This born-again AI has only been around for a few years, yet it has already prompted a re-evaluation of some core principles of architectural designs. And more is coming. And nobody had anticipated that. No one had seen this coming, with the exception of some of our speakers today in this room. No name mentions, but wait and see. But to conclude, let's not elude the elephant in the room. The main difference between where we stood when this all started one generation ago and where we stand now is not in this or that or one thing or another, but it is in, how can I say, our cultural view of technology, in the way we look at digital technologies in general. Remember, for those who are old enough to remember 1996 or 1999, when every graduate student in architecture wanted to design websites, learn to use a milling machine, or learn to code. Back then, that was the future. And that future, seen from 1996, looked good. Every graduate student in architecture at that time wanted to be the next Bill Gates. I do not know any graduate student in architecture this day who would want to be the next Elon Musk. So it is evident that digital technologies, or even technology in general, today suffer from a reputational problem. We are in bad company. And we stay there, I mean in the doghouse, until and unless we can prove with tangible, immediately readable evidence that computational design can help us enhance culture, climate, and the collective. Unless we can do so, everyone will keep telling us that computational design only enhances the coffers of the 1%. And these are my last words for the day. And now I shut my microphone and I listen to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Hello, thank you to Mario Carpo, if you can hear us. Bika and myself are very happy to have you all here on occasion of this wonderful cooperation between the IOA of University of Applied Arts and the MAC on occasion of our exhibition / Imagine, a journey into the new virtual that we will be taking a look at in the break, and we are especially happy to have some of our wonderful participants as speakers here today. In reaction maybe shortly to what Mario Carpo had to say, I have 3 learnings from what he said. Firstly, it's very important that we do this symposium and titled it Generations, because the generations are thinking and working so differently and reacting so differently to the changes in this world. Secondly, that he's absolutely right about the tools that did not work back then because they were expensive, they were slow, the computational power was not there. What's changed and what is also the basis of our exhibition, which is looking roughly at the last decade only and specifically excludes historic work to make a freeze frame of the contemporary, is that these kinds of tools have become widely available, also in regions that were earlier mentioned, in regions of the world that are normally not having as much access to these tools. And it includes practitioners that have not been trained architects, which might annoy some of you, but it's very exciting for us to look at these people trying to do what architects did for hundreds of years and maybe failing at it, but still giving us imagination. That's also the point, hence the title, which is the prompt that you put into Midjourney. Most of you will know that. And the prompt to our visitors to startle the imagination, to maybe not see architecture as just buildings. Obviously, you all know that, but as I read some reviews of the Venice Architecture Biennale, many people still do not know that. It's about production of space. It's about who space belongs to, how we could be more fairly using space, creating space. And in the exhibition, we have very different media, rendering, CGI visualizations, 3D animations, prints, films, VR, AR, blockchain projects, and video games. And all of these industries are influencing each other. Before I hand over to Pika, who will provide, as an architect herself, more theoretical background, I wanted also to note that we try to look at these different strategies that people are using with these tools. The exhibition is not about the tools per se. They are rather in the background. We mentioned them, obviously, as a learning effect, but it's about how we can imagine new narratives for our world. Many of the projects are ecologically motivated, are critical towards the new socio-technical use of the internet, the upcoming immersive internet, or Web3, that Mario had referred to as the old school world cyberspace. And as we saw, it's not only about that we hung out in Zoom during the pandemic, it's being built as we speak, and we have to react to it. The young generations who are critical and have new ideas how this system could work have to react, and specifically we will hear from Space Popular about ways to tackle that. We are also looking at AI in a critical and speculative way. As was mentioned also by Gerald Bast, it is a tool and the responsibility lies with the humans, specifically all of you. I want to say lastly that I'm very happy that I could get to work with Pika, who I invited as my co-curator, and with her Practice Someplace studio to give this exhibition, which is mainly featuring digital installations, a physical space, anchoring it in our historic hall, and in itself creating space, a social space. It's so important to look at this exhibition together with others, to hang out in our lounge, to discuss about the works, to try them, to experience them, also bodily, not only looking at them at home as we have been for too long. So I'm giving the floor now to Pika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marlies, Anneli Holler, and Gerald Bast, and of course Mario Carpo for starting the day. As Marlies mentioned, this idea of generations, that is sort of the name-giving term for this conference, I think is an important idea in the room. There are many teachers and students and colleagues here, and I would like to think of it a little bit like a genealogical tree with many branches. The profession of architecture, it has many such clustered trees around various interests, but also specifically in terms of computational design, generation also evokes a technical term used in computational, used when you are working with algorithms and you spawn different generations through the tooling. So in that sense, it's a term that mixes the technical and the natural, which I think will also emerge as a theme today, but we should check on that at the end of the symposium. Also on a maybe more personal level, and forgive if I use myself as an example, but it ends up being the case study that I know best. In this room, there's many of my teachers and then maybe students or future students or people I have taught in some way. I've had the luck to start my path into architecture right here, or right next door at Die Angewandte, in Greg Lynn's studio, who will today end the day, or have the last kind of lecture in the day. And it was an exciting time, as Mario Carpo mentioned. I started in 2004, and there was a lively discussion around tooling and technology. I did not want to become Bill Gates at the time, but definitely felt that sense of excitement, I think, that he was mentioning. After I graduated from there, I went to New York City and worked with Hani Rashid and Design Couture at Asymptote Architecture, and it sort of continued in that vein of exploration of, sort of, I would say, a formal vocabulary of architecture and computation. After that, I went back to graduate school because I felt I wanted to learn more and, kind of look at these tools from a sort of academic point of view. And I researched software and tooling, and then ended up building my own software also, as, after school as part of kind of starting school, and then ended continuing that. And now I've sort of returned back to architecture in some way, or it's always been there, but in this discourse between architecture and technology, kind of started my own firm. Someplace studio, and all of these many different things kind of led me here to speak to you today, and also to work on this exhibition. And with the exhibition, the new virtual, as Marlies mentioned, it's sort of a snapshot. We're taking kind of a cross-section of a moment that is very much in development, and we're trying to put our finger on something new, something that we feel has changed from the initial discussion of the 90s, right, from that publication about folding in '93. We didn't include a historical perspective of looking back at this time, and it didn't include the people who were sort of representatives of that era, because there was so much to see in terms of this new development. And again, I think the big difference was that at the time there was a very small and dedicated group creating that pioneer work and dealing with the discourse of what that computation, kind of at the time the futurism of what computation could be. Now it's a mass medium. Computation is here, it's in our lives everywhere, and I think my generation very, very strongly feels that. And the reasons, why that has become sort of even more, or like the movements that have sort of pushed these developments further was the economic crisis of 2008, where basically my generation came out and there were very few jobs. And people started to spend more time at home, and but also hustling, and the gig economy, and it led in many ways to the projects that we see in the exhibition. And these developments actually got amplified even further in the pandemic, as Mario has mentioned as well. But I think what we feel really strongly as a generation is how dysfunctional computation is in our lives, right? Not just in architecture, but at large. We feel it in the creator economy and the extractive modes that it kind of forces us to perform constantly. We feel it in politics with fake news. And we also feel it in the way that technology did nothing to improve the working conditions or to make the profession any less racist or sexist. It actually seems that it has actually amplified certain dynamics, or kind of added to the existing dynamics that were already ongoing. So with this conference, we wanted to highlight the people who are tackling these very difficult questions. It feels like, the the shift has been towards a kind of broad definition of architecture. A lot of the people here define themselves closer to the arts, or are kind of at the intersection of art and architecture, and maybe defy narrow descriptions of what architecture can be. But we hope that we kind of, create a seismograph of what is happening at this moment. And with that, I'm actually already starting the introduction of Miriam Hilavi Abraham, who's going to be our first speaker, with the lecture, Will the Future Slip from My Grasp? Miriam Hilavi is a multidisciplinary designer from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and with a background in architecture. She works with digital media and spatial design to integrate themes of equitable futurism and intersectionality. Also interesting, right? A lot of people describe themselves as like they have a background in architecture, not necessarily calling themselves architects. She just showed at the Venice Biennale in a show curated by Leslie Loco, and also her piece, Abyssinian Cyber Vernaculars, is seen in the exhibition next door, where she explored different viewpoints through a VR game and a virtual environment. And yeah, I recommend looking at that in the break when Marlies and I are going to give a tour. But for now, I'll give the stage to Miriam, and thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Vika. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. How do I do this? I'm very conscious that I'm on a large screen, but also still on my computer. So thank you so much for the welcome. As Vika mentioned, I'm a multidisciplinary designer and researcher based in Addis, and my work is generally rooted in architecture and seeking belonging and futurism as well. With my background in architecture, I've been seeking ways of intervening within the built environment and looking at ways of restoring ownership and belonging in fractured territories and timelines, especially in the Horn of Africa, and exploring new possibilities of planetary existence through storytelling. So some of the ways I've been thinking about emerging technologies is what I wanted to share with you all today, and also looking at certain agents or people who've inspired me through their ingenious engagements with technology or emerging technology, and also some of my own anxieties about this future unknown. So I often return to this quote by Kojo Ishun, where he says, "The powerful employ futurists and draw power from the futures they endorse. The present moment is stretching, slipping for some into yesterday, reaching for others into tomorrow." So this is also kind of relates to my title about losing your grasp or your grip on a future, especially as so many of us are either disempowered or dispossessed from certain spaces. So from a continental perspective, the present can be a really difficult point in time where there's a disjointed past that we can't return to, and that there's this ever receding, dreadful future where through the lens of the Anthropocene, especially from the perspective of Africa, where we did not necessarily contribute to the Anthropocene to the greatest degree, it seems to be constantly slipping away as a future in terms of our agency as well. So in that sense as well, emerging technologies are never sort of neutral or ambivalent in that context. And inhabiting this digital now or this digital present is quite difficult as we find ourselves living in a shadow, especially in the global south, where we experience a digital divide, where a large proportion of people lack access to certain digital tools, are subject to state-sanctioned internet blackouts, censorship, and surveillance. And this hyper-connectivity we often talk about globally seems to be sort of an oxymoron when we look at the continent itself, or my positionality sometimes. When technology or emerging technologies such as AI enter this sphere, they are far from neutral and far from progressive as they're often presented, but rather they're often reproducing existing inequities and are built with the structure, an existing structure of colonial and racist ideals. And you find that they're also kind of promoting a sort of heterogeneous or technological monoculture that's also market driven. So it kind of is a difficult system to inherit from that end of the world. So my practice evolved from a methodology of appropriating existing digital technologies and constructing fictions around them in order to approximate new realities that destabilize our dysfunctional present and allow us to consider multiplicities in our worldviews. So using histories and spatial orders of the global south as a grounds for unsettling or corrupting the canon, I seek to claim futures for the others through narrative world building, digital activism, and virtual embodiment or disembodiment. So this project that's featured here is actually called the Objects for the Othered, which is a suite of tools or adornments designed to demand respect for the Black subject who's moving through daily microaggressions or negative spaces. So they function as devices that in turn, over time, turn into plain adornments or jewelry or relics of a past once they've served the purpose or once we reach an ideal future. As Blackness and other subjectivities have been historically banished to the margins or the realms of the exotic, the unknown, or the unknowable, the emergence of new media technologies offers us a new mode of being by asserting our stories across the gaps and limits of estimation and the gaps of ignorance as well. So we're embracing the possibilities of also error and unknowability. But what tensions may arise from the othered seizing these tools to dismantle systems of oppression? In lieu of attempting to invent new technologies, can we in turn find ways to hack and reappropriate our existing technologies in more transgressive and more productive ways? And before we are further dispossessed as the technologies become more formalized or representational and we lose control over our own personal representation as well. With AI, I've been thinking about how it often relates to our sort of our human understanding of labor, especially with moving from indentured servitude of people towards robots or automated or synthetic subjects, where we've often been, especially in retrofuturist sci-fi and retrofuturist like tropes, we often think of AI as unburdening humans from unnecessary labor and taking us into this sort of like positive future where we're allowed to reach a higher level of existence. However, it's again through this lens of efficiency as this intentional detachment of empathy, where you no longer have to care for, love, or empathize with the person that you're exploiting or the object that you're exploiting. So automation still promises efficiency in the form of unattaching us from this responsibility, but it also puts us all in this sort of precarious position where we're either made redundant or we're also entering another strata of hierarchy that is also still toxic. So, this is just something that has been interesting in terms of thinking about intelligence and thinking about tools, and also the sort of livingness of these tools that we might actually imbue in the future as we make them more and more conscious. So in another participant, a fellow participant, Simone Nikhil, interviewed cognitive scientist Ababa Brihane, and they both kind of arrived at this this piece by Pratyusha Kalluri, where they talked about how those who've been exploited by AI should be shaping its project actually, and we should not actually be concerned about whether these technologies are inherently good or evil, but rather if in their power to shift power or their capability to shift power, which is what is more important to our future. These are just a few queries that I put into ChatGPT, and even ChatGPT agrees that architects and designers hold an a central responsibility or potential to shifting to the future of AI and its just-and-driven ideals, potentially. So there, even within the sort of data, the data sets that GPT is mining, it's still even coming across our own anxieties about it, which is quite interesting to have it repeated back to me from AI. So I've been thinking of ways of how others have engaged with these emerging technologies. So one mode is resistance. I was looking at Hyphen Labs Hyperface, which is this speculative object that I think is quite functional as well, was developed in 2017 as this idea of a counter surveillance aesthetic. So this is in way of combating with this increasing level of hyper surveillance that's done through training AI on data sets of human faces. And of course, also this carceral system where you're looking, which is also probably biased based on, depending on the context that it's in, and probably would racially profile certain people. So this tool or this fabric would sort of razzle dazzle essentially the AI and basically deflect the facial recognition software or facial detection software through these visual algorithms. So this idea of resisting within this existing future, within this emerging future, is really interesting to me. And then forensic architects developed this project, Model Zoo, in 2018, where they trained machine learning classifiers on a set of synthetic images or photorealistic digital renders that they developed of certain munitions that were used in conflicts till today. Conflicts, including in sort of civilian protests and things like that, where they were able to trace back munitions seen in protest videos to the manufacturer and trace those sort of lines of income as well back to, or lines of power, and hold those people accountable, which is a really interesting way of using this emerging technology that we continuously are feeding and is growing into a really powerful tool that could also be used for disinformation, misinformation, and deep fakes. And then another method that I consider sort of infiltration is DAO, which are decentralized autonomous organizations. This one in particular was founded by Pussy Riot's Nadia Tolokonova. It's a collectively owned blockchain governed organization with a shared mission to raise funding for a range of feminist issues, including access to legal abortion. And the decentralized financial protocol also ensures safety of the people donating. So it's also a really interesting tool to use NFTs, which I also hadn't considered. Lastly, world building is something I often engage with, and my practice really engages with, especially in terms of how I use digital tools. In my practice, I explore the methods or the modes of subversion or intentionally misappropriating existing technologies like game design, XR, and VR that have yet to become fully formalized and accessible to the layman. So they're defined by an institution and industry. In this instance, XR and game mechanics for me offer a way to shift power through virtual embodiment, spatial agency, and where the player can assume the identity of a character and grapple with the control of a character's actions and intentions. This leads to complex moments of resistance and complicity and unexpected consequences within an uncanny yet familiar world with its own set of rules. So a way to reconsider our positionality in our present through active world building and through engaging with fiction. A sort of necessary radical imagination that helps us understand present political conditions or social conditions through fiction, and allows us to also start beginning to assert our claims for a future before we disappear from it by approximating our own worlds in face of market futurisms. Ian Cheng describes worlding as this art of devising a world, choosing its dysfunctional present, maintaining its habitable past, and then aiming its transformative future and then letting it outlive your authorial control. So this sort of simulated chaos that is beyond our control, which he builds through game design mechanics, game design principles as well. But the specific project is called Emissaries, which is a trilogy of simulations of this sort of cognitive evolution of past, present, and future, where there's these sort of parallel narratives that are taking place over this unraveling world, and worlds that are rebuilding around characters, whether they live or die. And so this kind of futurism of like our planetary existence, our position, and our role in what is now considered the sixth extension as well, is also kind of simulated through this act of world building and worlding, which is to live within that world and let it inhabit itself or govern itself. Jacoby Satterwhite, another artist, works with this idea of sort of queer futurism and embodiment. This project, Reifying Desire, takes a look at how the artist inserts his own body into these digital worlds, using green screen. So it's a real body within a computer-generated space. And these worlds were constructed from drawings left from his mother, who suffered from schizophrenia. So it's this sort of like digital realm, or the digital realm is used as a media or a medium, in fact, quite like a spiritual medium, in fact, to reach this person who he loves and who he can no longer access, and inhabit their world and the world of their imagination, but also assert this sort of queer futurism that has yet to exist in our physical reality. He says, I wanted my body to no longer be human, to become a punctuation mark or some kind of musical note, a kind of pivot that facilitates a narrative. And there's something really beautiful about the possibilities we're able to imagine and build within this virtual world, that we can consider sort of elastic at the moment. Lawrence Leck is another artist who explores this notion of the coexistence or the tension between AI and humans in the future, especially in the futuristic context of East Asia, which are also currently are often projected through a cyberpunk sort of lens, a sort of dystopic lens from a Western lens or from a Western worldview. So his project Geomancer and Adol look at the story of a diva, or fading superstar that is part AI, part idol, and explores this idea of fame and immortality, but also looks at how it uses video games as a storytelling device, but explores how even the music industry itself is already data driven, and how we can also intervene in that, or how we can extend that into a futurist lens that is so dystopic that we can start to begin considering the absurdities of our own current reality. So the digital realm for me not only exists as a medium, or a variable continuum where in space and bodies of knowledge can extend their lives, but it's also a mediator for me between the intangible traditions and solid architectures, the cosmos and ourselves, intimacy and the other, something beyond empathy itself. And it becomes a generative space for modes of existence beyond absolutes. And to end with a quote from Ruha Benjamin, she says, remember to imagine and craft worlds you cannot live without, just as you dismantle the ones you cannot live within. Thank you.
All right. I was so into that last talk, I kind of lost myself there. All right, so I am going to introduce Jenny Sabine, right? Is it up on the screen already, your lecture? No. You're going to speak about biosynthetic design towards adaptive architecture. Jenny is an architectural designer that investigates the intersection of architecture and science and applies insights. Is there in my voice? Is it okay? Hello? Insights and theories from biology and mathematics to the design of responsive materials, structures, and ecological spatial interventions for diverse audiences. Sabine is the Arthur L. and Isabel B. Weisenberger Professor of Architecture, inaugural chair for the new multi-college Department of Design Tech at Cornell, where she establishes a new advanced research design degree in matter design computation. She's principal of Jenny Sabine's studio, an experimental architectural design studio based in Ithaca, and director of the Sabine Design Lab at Cornell. And it's my pleasure, it's nice to see you again, by the way, and it's a pleasure to introduce you for your talk.
Great. Thank you so much, Hani. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. So the title of my talk, as Hani mentioned, is Biosynthetic Design Towards Adaptive Architecture. In my short talk this morning, I will argue that technology, and specifically artificial intelligence, is fundamentally human, and that while generative AI opens new possibilities for the creative process and certainly uncanny new forms of ornament and beautifully complex formal structures, architecture has yet to tap into the full potential of AI to generate adaptive and personalized architecture. At the same time, AI has the potential to radically change existing workflows within architectural design, both pedagogically and in practice. For example, computer vision and machine learning algorithms can be used to analyze any mistakes made during construction and improvise solutions on the fly. Through the design and steering and crafting of big data, AI can offer new approaches to sustainable cities and architecture to build smarter and to generate empathetic and healing architecture through reciprocal engagement with our own changing dynamic biodata sets, facial expressions, and voice tones. Used opportunistically, as Miriam pointed out, and several provocative examples just now, inappropriately, maliciously, or illegally, AI presents deeply problematic and ethical concerns around issues of bias, privacy, and entanglements with capitalistic power structures and big tech. These data present new forms of value that we are only just beginning to comprehend and understand. Value structures that are driven towards capturing, manipulating, and using personal data sets for profit, from the stealing and plagiarizing of individual artistic styles to the strategic profiling of individuals through facial pattern recognition. AI, unchecked, is and will continue to have grave consequences. Many of you are familiar with Ahmad Mustaq, the founder and chief executive of the startup Stability AI and their product Stable Diffusion, and hero to many for releasing Stable Diffusion as open source. But as Kevin Roos, a technology columnist for the New York Times, wrote in reaction to this release in his article, A Coming Out Party for Generative AI, Silicon Valley's New Craze, which came out in late October of 2022, he states, quote, "If this all sounds eerily familiar, it's because Mr. Mustaq's pitch echoes the utopian dreams of an earlier generation of tech founders, like Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and Jack Dorsey of Twitter. Those men also raced to put powerful new technology into the hands of billions of people, barely pausing to consider what harm might result," end quote. While the libertarian ethos and optimism towards the democratization of AI tools through open access should certainly be celebrated, it is groundbreaking and incredibly exciting, to say the least. We cannot afford to be naive, or we are at risk of perpetuating entanglements of systemic misinformation, AI-generated propaganda, new forms of plagiarism, and persistent issues impacting diversity, equity, and inclusion. Many of these topics were discussed and debated during the 2020, 2021, and 2022 Acadia conferences. Take, for example, theorist and historian Amelia Jones, who underscores how neutrality is a problematic concept in design, and the whiteness of tech and algorithm design, including AI, can perpetuate systemic racism and sexism, as it frequently does not prioritize diverse users. She challenges us to consider how design can be driven by issues of access, inclusivity, and equity. To do this, she argues that we need relational design strategies that foreground relationality and participation, and to engage and acknowledge the embodiment of the receiver, and to refuse the neutrality that has dominated art and design in the global north. Instead, she argues we must embrace connectedness and the engagement of broader communities. She offers some explicit methodologies for doing so, including cybernetics and generative strategies that are imbued with feedback loops, where the user and interaction are part of the design process. Philosopher Benjamin Bratton argues that AI is used for both smart and stupid things, and its ultimate purposes may be largely undiscovered as of yet. Further, Bratton underscores the presence of what he calls a sensing layer, and its promise to act back upon and govern itself. The pandemic highlighted many failed areas within this sensing layer. For example, to be excluded from testing and therefore being excluded from being sensed is to not count, which equals exclusion. The data sets driving text-to-image generative AI largely privilege a Western paradigm of new image making. Consider the work of Dori Tunstall, the first Black dean of a design school in North America, who challenges us to decolonize design through the development of a better underlying consciousness with technology. And her question, what does it mean to bring an indigenous consciousness to technology? Tunstall argues that the values of design and tech have been and are still largely colonial, white supremacist, and patriarchal. AI certainly is radically changing the creative arts and the design landscape, and in many ways, design and technology have never been more important. Recent advances in computation, visualization, material intelligence, and fabrication technologies have begun to alter fundamentally how we design, construct, and make from the nano to macro scales. For example, how might we rethink building materials through the 3D printing and biologically informed design? Can buildings be made more responsive through the integration of artificial intelligence and big data? These new intersections between the digital, physical, and biological are radically altering the world across multiple length scales. This morning, I will present a working methodology and conceptual foundation that I've cultivated collaboratively across disciplines for over 18 years. I'll present 2 projects with a focus on AI-augmented environments and living matter. In the not-so-distant future, materials will not just be elements and things in our buildings, they will generate immersive and regenerative adaptive structures. Like the cells in our bodies, sensors and living architectural materials will learn and adapt, making materials not only smart, but also cyclically engaged with local environments and resources through ecological feedback loops. To address today's pressing issues in our built and natural environments, scientists and architects must embrace change and cultivate new collaborative design models to comprehend key social, environmental, and technological imperatives. This requires a radical departure from traditional research models in architecture and science, with a move towards hybrid, transdisciplinary concepts and new models for collaboration. One approach entails the hybridization of labs and studios to fusing innovations across science and design to fabricate next-generation architectural materials and structures that are adaptive, sustainable, and resilient. This mode of working has contributed to a body of fundamental research and applied projects that integrate science, technology, and architecture through methods and tools that emphasize, importantly, design research as a continuous and emergent process. At a time of ecological and socio-political catastrophe, grounded on deeply entrenched misconceptions of human and cultural dominance over nature, biosynthetic architecture has the potential to open new models and approaches for both pedagogy, research, and practice. My collaborative research and design practice focuses on the contextual, material, and formal intersections between these diverse fields to innovate responsive, non-standard building skins, biobricks and tiles, and sentient spaces that are not only performative, but generate, hopefully, what author Jenny Odell states, quote, attention-holding architecture, end quote. For example, one of the fundamental questions that we ask is how might buildings respond and adapt to their local environments like organisms do? We integrate the premise that nature is resilient, not necessarily efficient, into our thinking and processes analogically. We embrace transdisciplinary design with a focus on problem and knowledge generation over immediate problem solving through collaborative design research processes that are emergent, transforming, and evolving for innovative applications across disciplines and disciplinary frameworks. With strong links to my lab at Cornell, the driving mission behind my practice and research is to create resilient, science-driven, and transformative spaces with and for diverse communities, frequently in urban contexts. As friend and colleague Akam Menges recently stated in conversation with my students, we need more research and practice, and more practice and research. This interest probes the productive tinkering and frequent misuse of digital fabrication machines, informed by issues of craft and making to produce biosynthetic material systems and software design tools that have the capacity to facilitate embedded expressions in our built environment. A seminal reference for this work is the biological extracellular matrix, which is a dynamic protein network that physically and chemically couples the exterior environment of cells with their interior, and vice versa. And essentially the big idea here is that half the secret to life resides outside of the cell. So you have DNA or code, but that DNA is acted upon by external environmental events. This dynamic reciprocity early on in my collaboration with Dr. Peter Lloyd-Jones presented a series of very powerful ecological thinking models to bring back into design and architecture. So this method of working across disciplinary frameworks cultivates what we call a biosynthetic design process, where generated results are materialized as architecture capable of responding dynamically to both environment and to deeper interior programmed systems and circuits. As with the ESKIN project, which was an early 4-year research project funded by the National Science Foundation, it was our first NSF grant, our emphasis rests heavily upon the study of natural and artificial ecology and design, especially in observing how cells interacting with pre-designed geometric patterns alter these patterns to generate new surface effects. Specifically, we've worked extensively with structural color in the form of adaptive thin films for building skins. And through this, we explored concepts of personalized architecture, such as the promise of generating windows on demand or adaptive frit patterning at the scale of high-rise buildings. In contrast to biomimicry, biosynthesis fosters process-based research where design solutions and applications emerge in a shared collaborative space through bottom-up, materially directed, ecological, and systemic thinking and design. Running concurrently with the ESKIN project was the development of Polyform, which was commissioned by the College of Human Ecology. It's a permanent pavilion structure on Cornell's campus. And the project integrates environment and community through advancements in computational design and digital fabrication to generate a responsive and ornamented architectural intervention that hopefully envelops and activates daily routines and exchanges within the Cornell campus. This project allowed us to test fundamental research ongoing in the lab, working collaboratively with material scientists and biologists at the lab benchside. And structural color in this case is achieved with a dichroic or wavelength-dependent thin film laminated to the tempered glass panels. Light reflecting from and refracted onto the film changes color and grows warmer or cooler, more opaque or transparent, and is not based on pigment, but on how the film selectively interacts through interference or reinforcement of certain wavelengths. A key component is how we perceive these subtle dramatic changes of light and color within the material itself in a changing context. In addition to designing at the architectural scale through demonstrator projects and experimental prototypes with responsive materials, we frequently design and fabricate environments that change and respond to dynamic data sets in real time. This was a recent project for Google at their Bayview campus. So over the years in discerning which effects and materials are actually scalable, my practice and research operates across 3 phases. We typically start any new research project or applied project with the development of tools to model behavior. And then some of those tools are brought into the realm of prototyping and engaging with diverse digital fabrication methods. And then some of those successful prototypes are brought into the realm of buildings and issues of building ecology. So it's a purposefully slow process to meaningfully and in a rigorous way grapple with the problem of scale, for example. Not all of these systems are scalable. And so in addition to working with adaptive and responsive materials, we also work with non-standard components and specifically working with the rapid manufacturing of full-scale 3D printed parts into larger architectural assemblies. This early work led to a series of seminars and option studios on the topic of digital ceramics, now representing well over a decade of work. And in my lab, we've been focusing on the brick as an accessible object of interrogation, working initially with powder-based 3D printed greenware clay, bisque fired, and then fired with a higher temperature in terms of a high fire stoneware, and chemically changed into ceramic. And then with Polybrick 2.0, we've been collaborating with experts in mechanical engineering, with expertise in the mechanics of bone, to integrate design drivers based on human bone formation to optimize for load path strategies, but also to work with extremely lightweight and robust porous structures. The project that I'd like to linger on just a little bit focuses on the question, how might we rethink building materials through 3D printing and biologically informed design? Polybrick 3.0, which now builds upon over 10 years of work with the Polybrick series, is in collaboration with Dan Lau, who's in biological and environmental engineering at Cornell, who's doing incredible work with 3D printed hydrogels. And together we've been working on expanding this work to designing with life through DNA-steered ceramic materials and living glazes with dynamic feedback mechanisms. The work reflects upon new questions of adaptive and live materials in architecture through the integration of advanced processes in additive manufacturing with advancements in DNA hydrogel development. The prototypes utilize 3D printed clay, hydrogel, and synthetic DNA. In this case, we're interested in exploring programmable biofunctionalities in our constructed architectural environments through the development of advanced ceramic biotiles. DNA, the information storage molecule for biological systems, is also a known material for engineering. Synthetically designed with advanced bioengineering, the first phase of this research uses DNA to design directly with light, where unique signatures fluoresce within the polybrick clay body. Specifically, we're working with a DNA sequence based on Luciferus, or the magical firefly. The input energy is ATP, and the output energy is light. This enables ultimately cell-free production of light on ceramic tiles. In our latest work, we've been taking this to the next level and are working at a typical scale of an architectural tile. So the exciting point here is that we're actually working at scale. We're incorporating 3D printed patterning techniques at the micron scale together with bioengineered hydrogel materials. So imagine a living wall that not only alerts you to local contaminants or particulate matter in your local environment, but alerts you to those contaminants through the emission of light. But then also potentially cleans the local environment through chemical and biological interactions. In our case, DNA nanotechnology is opening new possibilities for creating nano to macro scale materials and architectural elements that can dynamically react to environmental cues and interact with biochemical and even human reactions. Our current phase is focusing on response to the local environment. The second and last project that I'll talk about in the short talk builds upon over a decade of work testing how these biologically informed concepts and adaptive materials can be applied experimentally in architecture. And specifically, our work on AI has focused on the following two questions that I posed earlier, which you can see on this slide. Since 2012, we've been able to deepen and apply our ongoing research on responsive materials to engage with the dynamics of light and energy, such as structural color, which I briefly mentioned previously. And in this case, working with high-tech solar active and photoluminescent responsive fibers, which commenced with the MyThread Pavilion, which was a commission from Nike as part of their Flynet collective when they were launching the Flynet technology in 2012. Following several new projects, including Polythread for the Cooper Hewitt Design Museum Triennial in 2015, we were able to take this work to an urban scale with our winning entry Lumen for MoMA and MoMA PS1 as part of YAP in 2017. And the project features 18,000 square feet of digitally knit porous canopy structures, 3 42-foot tall tensegrity towers, just to add another level of complexity to the system, an interactive misting system, robotically wound spool stools, and for the first time, we were able to test our high-tech responsive fiber knit material system with actual context and the changing conditions of the environment. In a recent project for a really innovative developer, Imcan in Abu Dhabi, we designed and produced a permanent public beach activation project, and this time collaborated with Gore to develop an entirely new photoluminescent ePTFE material that can withstand the extreme climate of Abu Dhabi, including sand and windstorms. Our collaborative work also includes a significant human component, both in how it is made through a hybrid of analog and digital design processes, and through the active engagement with diverse communities in urban contexts. So why are methodological concepts of biosynthesis and characteristics of resilience, adaptation, and algorithmic design processes important to architecture and design now? Collaborations across biology, medicine, material science, and bioengineering afford new modes of thought and design principles that prepare the architect and designer for a paradigm shift that is no longer anthropocentric, but rather transdisciplinary and trans-individual. Importantly, this shift gives rise to radical new models for pedagogy, research, and practice in a time of environmental and socio-political crisis, where technology and big data impact important questions of access, well-being, and agency. ADA, a project by my practice in collaboration with Microsoft Research, also co-evolved in a transdisciplinary context. A transdisciplinary practice can provide collective and democratic solutions to important questions around technology and big data to enable new forms of access, well-being, and agency. In conjunction with this work, we're exploring how AI can personalize rooms and buildings. And in many ways, the spaces and environments that people inhabit influence how we feel and how we act. Working with researchers and engineers at Microsoft Research, this project is driven by individual and collective sentiment data collected and housed within the MSR building on their Redmond campus in Washington in the US. The project is named after polymath mathematician and first computer programmer Ada Lovelace, and is in a collaboration with Microsoft Research. Ada, we've been told, is the first architectural pavilion project to incorporate AI, or at least when we opened it in 2019. Through the integration of responsive materials and emerging technologies, we were interested in exploring architecture's potential through the integration of AI to promote well-being and healthy environments through people's direct engagement with its architecture. The lightweight pavilion is composed of responsive and data-driven tubular and cellular components. It's held in continuous tension via a 3D printed semi-rigid exoskeleton composed of over 900 unique 3D printed nylon nodes. The lighting system and materials of the cyber-physical architecture respond to human participation, collecting in real time individual and collective facial pattern data, which are collected through a network of cameras processed by AI algorithms and transmitted as sentiment through light and color. Working collaboratively, we were interested in programming the software architecture for 2 programs and purposefully enabling that architecture to be flexible, which allows Ada to interface with human sentiment in her environment. A program runs on an on-site PC, and a program is running on each of the Raspberry Pis in the brain ring of Ada. The PC software continually queries data from the network of MSR cameras that analyze user facial expressions, which is then passed to the 3-tiered lighting system to dynamically engage and actuate the responsive materials. So just briefly in closing, an important aim of this project was to expand and inspire architectural engagement with humans. While artificial intelligence powers the project through the precise narrowing and statistical averaging of data collected from individual and collective facial patterns and voice tones, the architecture of Ada augments emotion through aesthetic experience, thereby opening the range of possible human emotional engagement. In turn, and importantly, the project opens new pathways for fundamental research on the use of AI to correlate connections between human sentiment and local environment. It's actively being used as a research platform by researchers to this day at MSR. And in many ways, personalized architecture may sense subtle changes in human emotion through sensors and interfaces that detect changes in facial patterns and respond in ways that increase and hopefully affect and impact our well-being and ultimately promote healthier environments. Ada offers subtle and abstract interactions with humans through space, material, and form to augment and expand our emotional range in a specific context, in this case an office environment, which in turn affects the probable sentiment being collected as new information. The spaces and environments that we inhabit influence and shape who we are and how we are feeling. In this case, Ada offers an interface for personalizing architecture to make it more human and reflexive. At the same time, we hoped that this project would expand human emotional engagement through beauty and materiality. As a demonstrator project showcasing the capacity and future of architecture to promote and increase well-being through the integration of AI and the direct engagement with humans. Transdisciplinary design is about connections and synergies across disciplinary frameworks, steered by the systemic and relational conditions of life, from DNA to sentiment, as future adaptive and intelligent materials, and the optimism of possibility. Through the integration of biological adaptations, DNA-steered materials, and emerging tech, the future will bring building tiles that emit light, rooms that sense and respond to the well-being of their occupants, and cellular building skins that collect and store energy. I've mentioned just a couple of our projects. This is where you can find us, and we've been very fortunate to receive quite a bit of generous funding from foundations and clients over the years. Thanks so much, and I look forward to your questions during the panel.
Well, that was, Jenny, that was profoundly inspiring. It's amazing. I will now introduce our next speaker, Gilles Retsen. Gilles, sorry, my Belgian French is not so great. Originally from Belgium, Gilles is an architect and designer living in London. He studied architecture in Belgium, Chile, and the UK. Graduated from the AA. in London. His design work and critical discourse has been intentionally recognized through awards, lectures, exhibitions at major cultural institutions such as the Museum of Art and Design in New York, the Royal Academy in London, the Centre Pompidou in Paris. And he recently edited the issue of Architectural Design AD on the discrete and has co-edited Robotic Building Architecture in the Age of Automation with Detail Verlag. Gilles is a program director of the MArch program at UCL at the Bartlett School of Architecture, co-founder of UCL AUAR, better known as OR Labs, and it goes on. Jim, the microphone is yours.
Okay. Hi everyone. First of all, thank you so much to Mario and Marlis and Vika for organizing this event alongside the beautiful exhibition in this great space. So I will talk a little bit about my practice, Gilles Retz in architecture, and the company called Our, it's pronounced Our, which is a tech company that I co-founded with Molly Claypool. We'll start off with some provocations, because this is a long day. I think some provocations are good. And then we'll look a little bit, we'll talk a bit about bits, blocks, and platforms. So the first provocation is architecture has actually never been this good. I think it's really fantastic. Like, I buy every issue of El Croquis. There's every time you discover a new fantastic boutique practice, a small office developing incredible work, incredible experimentation with materials, building and realizing work. It's never really been this good as it is now. Fantastic houses, but also these El Croquises maybe combined are only fantastic work, fantastic houses for a few thousand people if you count all of them together. So all that goodness is just for a few. Architecture today is an exception, and my challenge, my provocation is to consider this statement by the United Nations as actually the context for all work that we do as architects. We need to build 2 billion new homes over the next 80 years, which is the opposite of architecture as an exception. Another provocation is this one, which I think we can all relate to. What if we could actually afford the houses that we design, you know? What if we would not be studying 5 years to design houses that that are in a way always inaccessible for us? What if we could all have Peter Zumthor's kitchen, right? Why is this kitchen, it's just a bunch of materials, right? Ultimately, why is this not accessible to everyone? Why is this a state of exception? Ultimately, I think architecture, that's the next provocation, maybe, it's not that difficult. Maybe it's just a good window in a good wall. Maybe this is enough, right? Why do we need to study 5 years to be able to put a good window in a good wall? Why is it that difficult today to actually do this? Because everyone who practices knows that to put a good window in a good wall is a lot of effort today, and it is extremely difficult to do. Also, with the provocation, now that we have access to Midjourney, this is no longer difficult. I have a whole collection of images of croquis that I mix into fictional practices, hundreds of them, and this is accessible. You can try to guess which croquis is mixed in these images, but basically with one click you can essentially generate content of an croquis. This one you should be able to guess, right, who that is? Maybe a bit of Anna Holtrop mixed with Ensemble Studio, right? Beautiful work, right? So creativity, I mean, it's no longer a problem, right? It's just all there. Like you have this vast collection of all these remixes of issues of El Croquis, of these beautiful boutique practices. Another provocation is, if a building is good, why don't we actually repeat it? Why do we as architects start from scratch every single day? If we put in so much effort to develop something that is so good, why do we have to start again after we've done that? And if you look at all historic cities, like the city we're in here, or the city where I'm based, none of these houses have concepts. None of them have been, thought over for a very long time. And they're pretty good. It's a pretty good urban environment, and they're all repeated. So what if architecture is not that difficult? If you look at arguably the most successful model, the model that has proliferated most across the world by Le Corbusier, the Maison Domino, which I have an obsession with, you will see that throughout the presentation. That model is actually almost so simple and so stupid, but also yet so smart. Right? What if architecture is really just a bunch of parts, right, at its core? Just this simple act of collecting a bunch of parts. And I will talk today about that simple act, but powered by automation. What if we can automate the assembly of parts? not to make our life more difficult, not to spend more time, but actually as a kind of a hedonistic claim for aesthetics, for beauty, and for laziness. I want to think about robots and about AI as something that makes my life, also my personal life as an architect, better rather than worse, right? And that is actually the way that everyone thinks ultimately about automation. It's there ultimately to remove labor, to make processes more efficient, and like ultimately then it also becomes about the framework that we built around that. And my framework is to make this hedonistic. I think we can use robots and AI for the better. I think we should. There's nothing wrong with the technology itself. It's all about the political discussion surrounding that. So against austerity, can we build a technological infrastructure for a better life? Can we make Peter Zumthor's kitchen accessible to everyone? Can we make good architecture, that goodness available for the 99%? So with my tech company, I'm building a distributed microfactory platform powered by robots and AI that attempts to do this. And with my practice, I do wild experimentations into rewiring the core of architecture, rewiring the very system of production of architecture itself to try to understand how we can do that. It's also, the work is also always a critique, in a way, on the reality of how architecture comes together. Our profession is eroded and outsourced to a kind of a late modernist, late capitalist system of production, beautifully represented by this installation by Rem Koolhaas at the Venice Biennale. Architecture is in many ways kind of death, except for the exceptions. You can see this kind of contrast between these two worlds here, right? The old system of production and the late capitalist, commodified, polluting, wasteful, unfair, and unequal system of production that hangs under it and that forces us to become a kind of an advanced form of a BIM manager that puts bits and pieces from catalogs together. So this is a kind of time, on the one hand, where architecture is no longer possible. That sounds apocalyptic, but every apocalypse is also optimistic. If something is falling apart, there is an opportunity to think about something else. And that is, again, this kind of hedonistic, anti-austere vision. I think this moment in time is great. It's never been this good, and we can do great things with it. So my practice and my tech company are essentially engaged now for over 10 years trying to kind of rewire and build the kind of systems of production around automated parts, as you can see here. So those were the brief provocations, and now I'll walk you a little bit through that process, and I'll try to kind of also reflect a bit around the topic of today about the generations, right? So the first step is bits, then we look at blocks, then at platforms. So bits is really, that's really the context for bits. I graduated in 2008, which was officially the worst year to graduate from architecture school. That was the year of the first, like, really big financial crisis, the financial crisis. And that's also the year, you know, we had all been studying this stuff at school, right? I was like a pro low poly Maya 3D Max modeler, but that world was falling rapidly apart. And it was also associated with the kind of neoliberal forces that had given rise to the 2008 financial crisis. And at the same time, there was also a kind of a critique starting beyond the kind of politics, right? Which I then formulated as this idea of, like, actually, you know, we have never been digital. This is actually not, you know, this is one approach to the digital, but, you know, we have actually not fundamentally been digital yet. We are just starting to begin to understand what it would mean to be digital. So per definition, we can also not be post-digital then, yeah, if we have not been digital yet. Like we have not even scratched the surface from that. And of course, that paradigm in the 90s was developed in, I think, an extremely optimistic time. I think a really interesting time. And like ultimately, you can kind of, as also Mario Carpo has written about, you can kind of understand it as an attempt to rid architecture exactly of its parts, right? Like parts become a kind of an afterthought and are afforded by digital technologies to craft them and customize them to a specific shape. And then Mario has this fantastic statement about Frank Gehry's fish being kind of the epitome of that, right? So the 90s are kind of this fish era where we are trying to rid architecture of its parts and pushing for a form of continuity, right? And my work kind of started in a way at the tail end of that. This is my graduation project from the AA, which is arguably the most continuous project. There is not a single part here. It's just a kind of a fibrous mass, which was a prototype for a 3D printed house. And then after I graduated from the AA and started my own practice, I started with a kind of, a naive and also, I think, ambitious rejection of everything that was assumed to be digital, right? Like one, the aesthetics, which I started to dislike, two, the whole notion that there is a rejection of parts, and then three, the kind of political agnosticism behind this. But first it started kind of with the idea, like looking at, for example, this drawing by Agnes Martin, which is a almost kind of automated drawing. It's a serial repetition of a single line that is repeated, accumulated, and kind of assembled. It has nothing to do with overall form. It's really purely an assembly. And I thought that was an extremely, extremely compelling idea for another vision to use digital technologies in architecture. What if we could have a machine go through this process, right? It's almost a machinic drawing anyway. And it's also an attempt to kind of bridge this gap between what we compute and what we build. Mario called it a fabrication gap this morning in his introduction. And it's the idea that we actually compute from the very moment the physical material that we work with. So computation actually becomes a digital form of assembly. And this is one of the kind of best projects, I think, for that moment of work, which is a museum in Budapest for the National Museum of Budapest, which is just a kind of a monolithic, continuous serial aggregation of thousands and thousands of self-similar line segments, not unlike Agnes Martin's drawing, right? So a tectonic that is purely based on straight lines that are added together into a kind of an extreme fibrous mass. And it maintains a kind of a certain hedonism and exuberance because you have all that material, but there's also kind of a gestural effect in it. There is not an attempt to kind of argue through, biomimicry or all kinds of ideas of optimization or sunlight optimization or whatever, how these lines come together. It's purely a negotiation between my design intent and a kind of a really blunt way of organizing thousands of line fragments. So there's a kind of obsessive curation of thousands and thousands of line fragments, which also plays a bit on my obsession with Malevich, which is the second one after my obsession with Le Corbusier's Maison Domino, where I kind of truly question, what is abstraction, right? Can we ever really be abstract? What would be an abstract architecture if we are always a material profession? And there is an initial, I think, naive and ambitious idea behind that project as well. It was entirely generated over 5 days on a laptop in between flights between Europe and China. And there is this kind of beauty that you could actually, with digital technology, do that, right? You could be a one-man band, just kind of, making a building in 5 days on your laptop and sending it in. And then actually, after they figured out I was 27, they didn't give me the building, but I actually managed to get into the final round of that building, right? Which kind of came through that. So then follows a whole series of work, which is all this kind of micro management, you could say, this kind of obsessive organization of material into this highly unpractical, but I think quite beautiful organizations of matter, which also comes, and I won't talk too much about that, about an obsession with fabrication, ultimately, this translation from what you code, what you write in the code, and how you translate it to machines. So this actually came from a series of 3D printed experiments with robots extruding tiny bits of matter in the air, and then kind of upscaling these ideas in a way to full roofs, right? And then you can make another little mental leap from that. If we are organizing this kind of exuberant bits and pieces of plastic into a 3D printed chair, we could also begin to think, what if this piece of plastic is actually much larger and a piece of material that we could then begin to stack also in a 3D printed way. So that led to a series of projects that are really becoming a kind of reducing the possibility space for us as architects. So it's really suggesting, what if we really just have one bit, one piece, and make complete buildings with one piece. And this is kind of a milestone project for that. It's called the Block Hut, which in German is Blockhütte. It means log cabin. And it's a kind of a really strange building that set out for me an aesthetic that keeps me going in a way until today. It's deeply primitive. It's something we are familiar with, yet it also reminiscent of a kind of ambitious, maybe heroic modernism with these two horizontal lines, the cantilevers, It's exuberant, yet it's also constrained, right? So there is a lot of strange tensions, I think, in this project that are interesting, and it opens up this idea of, yeah, what would actually happen if we assemble bits of matter with the help of a computer rather than thinking through ideas of continuity. I'll skip this a little bit because otherwise I'll go over time. So you see this kind of strange, new form of assembly, which technically you could also say is a modular design, which I think I really hate modular design, but in a way this shows another possibility of thinking about modular design. And then that kind of started driving the practice, like in a way, in the past number of years, I've done a number of attempts to try to realize and understand how we could build these kind of projects. You could also then recycle it. This is actually a proposal in Vienna from a number of years ago in multiple layers. Now, in the next phase, I started to dive more closely into that idea of this bit, and it actually became a block, a predefined kind of architectural part that acts a little bit like a voxel or a pixel, you could say, and that can be shared and that can be assembled always in different structures. And that forms this kind of thing that now we talk about as the discrete, which is essentially a group of people who have been working on similar ideas around this notion of assembly in architecture. It's not something that is dialectically related to the previous generation. It actually takes on board ideas of adaptivity, ideas of subjectivity, the idea that a building can, if it is repeated, that it should never repeat in the same instance. But it also takes on board kind of ideas, you could say, it's also not dialectically related to modernism in the sense that it takes on board ideas of what we actually share, like can we actually share certain building parts as a community, and can we actually think about architecture more as a kind of a shared project, right? It connects with a kind of a very strange history of architecture, and that's the history of architects that invent their own building systems. That's a fantastic history. It's a history of heroic architects who always fail, unfortunately. It has never really worked. So you have Conrad Waxman and Walter Gropius, who in the US in the 1940s started the General Panel Corporation to build 10,000 affordable homes, which were actually based also on recombinable combinatorial bits and pieces of matter. Or you have Fisak there, or a Soviet architect proudly posing with their kits of parts. It also relates to ideas of additive manufacturing, voxels, robots. I won't talk too much about that as a technical background. So if you're interested in that, that's the issue of architectural design, which then was published, I think, probably 10 years after folding or 15 years after folding. We need Mario to kind of correct that statement. And then paired with this other book, Robotic Building, which is a kind of a claim to consider robots not just as technical machines, but really consider them as a form of automation, which needs to be read in a social and political context. And so essentially, this body of work, which I'll quickly walk you through now, is essentially based on this really, you could say, stupid and simple idea, and a kind of utopian idea. What if architecture could be so simple that it is really based on just one single repeating part, which is a little bit like a pixel? And could we use that to reset the production chain of architecture? Could we make those parts locally? Could we share them with people? And could we kind of liberate architecture of this, you know, this horror and this wasteful world that it is embedded in, right? Like, could we unlearn and forget everything you see there on the left, this complicated and kind of convoluted assembly of thousands of parts which come from very different places all over the world? And could it really be that simple? And of course, it's a naive and utopian and also slightly stupid question, but I thought it was an interesting question to explore. We did that with the students, where we were at the Bartlett building this kind of very cheap timber building blocks, and then developing the robots that could be assembling these building blocks, that could walk over these structures and kind of coding the trajectories for those robots. And then there were a lot of attempts at materializing this. This is a pavilion in Tallinn for the Architecture Biennale, which is based on a limited kit of parts that is just cut from plywood in a way, and then assembled or folded into repeating building blocks. Really large Legos, you could say. You can see that there with in relation to Oscar, who is standing there, you can see the kind of the scale of these elements. And then what it does, and I think that's really interesting, is that it really disconnects. It's kind of an optimistic claim in a way for what an affordable architecture could look like. This was a pavilion built on a complete shoestring. It has ambitions to be replicated. It's a kind of a domino-like pavilion that wants to talk about housing, but it's also openly kind of, excessive and exuberant. And it makes this kind of claim that architecture, the moment that we start to talk about political and social issues, that it should not be boring, that it should actually be, as exciting as it's otherwise, right? And that is possible to have all of those discussions in parallel, with aesthetics as well. And so, yeah, that pavilion is a kind of a fragment in a way of a larger whole, which is this housing block, which is a continuous repetition with a slight kind of difference across the building. Preceding that pavilion is this project, which I think is probably kind of one of the best examples of a discrete architecture. Again, it has this similarities that it's one repeating element. It looks slightly familiar. You think there are slabs, but at the same time there are no slabs. This is just a repetition of the same part on 3 different sizes. And it produces something that is strangely enough almost organic and actually continuous in its experience. It's like being in a timber cave or an assembled cave. It's a continuous space actually that emerges as a result of this discrete assembly. I'll skip this one. Then we built a section of this pavilion in the Royal Academy. You see the parts kind of traveling through the building here at the Royal Academy. And then we managed to kind of build a part of that structure. And now this is being pushed on building sites. So this is really, you could say, a really boring project. It's just a flat roof with 3 columns that was assembled in this very particular and bizarre, building sequence where you click this kind of modular blocks together and then produces this really, again, I think quite exuberant and playful and extreme space while remaining highly economic and affordable. And ultimately, it also begins to show this kind of almost primitive qualities, the clear lack of a concept, like it's just a roof and a column. Ultimately, it's a very boring idea, but it cannot really be understood just on that level, right? And yeah, it actually makes this argument that when we start to take into account automation, that automation strips architecture from its layers of modernity. We actually go back in time with automation. We don't go to a kind of a vision of the world as this Star Wars-like futurism, but it actually, by making the production chains of building shorter and shorter and shorter and working with local materials, it actually reverts us back to a more primitive, blunt and simple state of architecture. So what is really old and really new kind of, in a way, collapses into one. And that then led to a whole series of projects of this kind of primitive huts, which are at the same time really old and familiar, but on the other hand, kind of, you could say, heroic and new and novel. And yeah, this is actually one of my favorites. This is a kind of a villa in the forest, which again is just based on a series of these repeating parts and has this kind of claim for architecture while remaining economical. And that's actually also because we're obviously here next to the beautiful show. That was actually the first things that I did when I opened Midjourney. I was one of the first users, actually. I kept it a bit secret. But I started, like there is this kind of moment of truth. I think everyone who opens Midjourney for the first time, they reveal who they really are. Because you see some people doing like robots and other people doing dogs and cats as architects. But like this was the first thing that I started prompting were primitive huts and chalets, right? And I really enjoy it because this is kind of this strange thing that these are, yeah, this kind of contrast, the clumsiness of this assembly, right? With this kind of, the AI kind of trying to stack, desperately trying to stack and create a kind of a realistic chalet, and in this kind of clumsy process generate something that I think is quite endearing and beautiful. These are some other ones, which are more kind of, maybe a bit more exuberant, those. And then these ones that refer a bit more to my very early work. Now, there's also an important thing in scaling up this work, and I'll just show really quickly 2 projects where I attempt this. This was a concert hall in Nuremberg in Germany, competition. They wanted to extend the concert hall. It's in Germany, so you cannot possibly win this competition if you don't hand in a box. So we designed a very simple box. We thought if we just give them an exact box, they will take it. We will go through the next round, which worked out. But then it turned out in the next round that they had chosen Pandora's box, that actually nothing in this box would be something that the competition jury or the building industry was familiar with. It just consists of thousands of discrete parts that are cut by robots from local timber. These are all the parts that you need to make a concert hall. Literally everything you need to make a concert hall. That's all the material. These are little people here that kind of give a sense of scale. So that's a complete flat pack for a concert hall, which is of course a kind of absurd idea, but I think also really compelling to look at. And then you see this kind of computational process where the concert hall is essentially voxelized. Every voxel has a little segment, a digital segment, and that's then in a really blunt and cold way translated just in ultra simple square sections of CLT that are combined and bundled into repeating elements. And that gives them this box, which is, I would argue, is actually not a box, right? There is nothing, you cannot really understand this as a box. It's just a collection of parts. There are no floor slabs, there are no walls. There is nothing that you're familiar with from architecture before. This element that you see here in the ceiling is actually exactly the same element as you see here in the wall. And there is no floor, you literally walk from kind of part to part. The funny thing is that we were obviously willing to compromise heavily to get the project. But our engineers from Bollinger Grohmann actually figured out that we had to maintain the same section of CLT timber throughout the building because the fire regulations trumped the structural regulations, which is a kind of really funny thing. And again, this building is just as the previous ones I showed, is a building that is actually completely continuous in its experience. It's a timber cave, it's a timber monolith, it's deeply primitive, and it's a kind of, a complete volumetric serial assembly of the same part. But then maybe the most radical thing about it is how it tries to rewire the core of architecture, the core of how we make buildings. So actually only the last few centimeters of this building are reliant on the existing building industry. So at that moment when you need to close the building, you need extremely expensive German glass, and you need to produce a detail that comes from the existing building industry, but 99%, everything that is inside of the building, in a way, comes just straight from the forest, cut with robots and assembled into this building. So it's kind of an ambition to reset that paradigm, right? That we could kind of take back the volume, that we could that we could change the profession from being constrained to this very thin line, this millimeter thin profession that we have become, and that we could kind of reconquer the volume and the space of our building. So all the HVAC, for example, was also integrated in these triangular elements. And so in a way, it became a kind of a technology-less building. Again, deeply primitive. So that's the kind of attempt to get rid of this world, right? This kind of the horror show of the BIM managers and the trade shows and the trade fairs and the kind of commodified building elements. So if you do that with a box, you could also have another really lazy idea, which is to do it with a roof. One of the kind of other, you could say, arch enemies of the early generations of the digital, right? Like these are also provocations in that sense. So this is a building based on a massive A-frame, which plays out the same effects that it's a museum in Finland. It's essentially a really big shed, a really big primitive shed, which again cannot really be understood as a shed. Ultimately, it's not. It's just a collection of repeating parts that are assembled into this kind of massive, thick, large volume. In this case, there is a bit more customization, as you can see there. And that's another version, a smaller version of the same project in Belgium, which is surrounded by other sheds, and again, starts from this kind of abstraction of nothing, and then gets cut, assembled into this shed. And now I have 2 minutes to wrap this up, so I'll try to do that quick. So obviously, everything I've been showing you before, in a way, are all cultural projects. They're projects that took me insane effort to do, and they contradict everything that I tried to provoke you with in the beginning of the lecture. They always start from scratch. Every project becomes a new modular part that you test out. And ultimately, it is tested on the kind of 0.1% of buildings like cultural projects, villas, etc., right? Whereas the initial thesis that I tried to provoke you with in the beginning of the talk is, can we actually address architecture in large quantities? Can we actually think about it not about the kind of 1% boutique, but in a different way. So I started to try this out with a kind of a really simple version of my own worlds, which are this kind of repeating simple building blocks. This was for Seoul Biennale in South Korea, where we assembled kind of almost a domino-like structure from just 2 types of square building blocks, which are post-tensioned with cables. You see these cables sticking out. So you could just, when you loosen the cable, you can take these blocks back and you can assemble them into new structures. And it produces in one of the buildings this kind of strange Miesian space, and then in the other one it produces this kind of much more differentiated and strange space, right? And it's literally this kind of diagram, in a way, of a domino that is not a domino, of a system of production that is reset. These are more of this. This is actually one that I want to build for myself. I would love to live in this one. This is kind of just a collection of parts, strangely primitive, strangely modernist, maybe strangely heroic, right? So I've been building a lot of these kind of strange models. And then actually maybe I try to wrap it up with this. As a kind of, I also was talking at the beginning of the talk about laziness and the idea that actually as architects we always like to make things very difficult. So at some moment I needed a dining table for my apartment rather urgently. And I didn't have time to design this dining table. Otherwise, I would have developed a new custom discrete part and then try to assemble a table and write an algorithm to assemble the table with its discrete parts, blah, blah. But actually, in this case, the simplest solution was to just make a drawing in my sketchbook in 5 seconds, take a picture of it, throw the picture into Rhino, turn it into vectors, and just CNC cut the picture. Like, that's actually maybe a more proper form of automation, right? It saved me a lot of time. It, strangely enough, embeds my design intent in detail, right? Like the gesture of my hand. Then this made me actually think like, this would be such a beautiful world if I can just make a sketch, just as with the table, and I can turn it into a building with all the costing, etc., etc. And I'm quite close to doing that because I already have the building system. I have these blocks. I know how much they cost. So in a way, this would be a kind of a beautiful model of a fully automated architect, which would mean that I could finally, you know, enjoy life, learn pottery, learn how to cook seafood pasta, and move to the Mediterranean, right? Which should ultimately be the goal why, as an architect, you invest in digital technologies. It should be this, right? But then I also thought, like, wait, why do I even make the sketch myself? I'm an avid sketcher. I fill up 1 Moleskine sketchbook every month, and I do it continuously during phone calls. I don't consider it work. It's a meditative activity. It generates endorphins and dopamines. It makes me happy. So I continuously just draw, right? Just as a kind of a meditative act. So I have an enormous database that no one else has of thousands and thousands of sketches, which are not sketches for projects or buildings. It's just meditative, you know, activities, right, that I do. So then I was like, this is brilliant. I can just begin. And like, I'm a very autistic kind of character. I'm very obsessive. So all these sketches also are quite similar. Like these are sketches over many years. And I just noticed I just repeat myself anyway, right? So why don't I just begin to automate the sketches with AI itself, right? So I started to generate thousands of sketches based on my own sketches, where an AI draws this kind of beautiful drawings, right? And I think like this is one of my favorites. Like it has this kind of, it's a typical drawing that I would make, yet it's then kind of negotiated with the specific way that AI was trained, and it shows this kind of gestural capacity, right? Also beautiful AI-generated drawings, collaborations between me and an AI. So then you're fully automated, right? And then the last part, and that's a bit, I don't have time for this, so I'll just quickly make that as a provocation. As Mario mentioned this morning, you know, there's something really important beyond the image as well, and like actually the most difficult part is to realize all that work and create the technological infrastructure to actually build that. So 2 or 3 years ago, I started a tech company together with Molly Claypool, where we automate the assembly of timber elements and automate the assembly of element to element as a proper tech company. So now we kind of operate in this world. We figure here in the kind of robotic construction world. It's a critique to modular. It's an attempt to kind of bring, in a way, cultural value to modular, but also really completely break this idea that modular in any way could be a solution to the housing crisis. The idea that, you know, why do we all need to kind of live ultimately in a container-sized box? could we actually make a platform that is much more open, that is, maintains architecture at its core, and that is also scalable, that doesn't try to outcompete the existing building industry, but empowers the existing building industry. So we did that with first a whole series of demonstrator projects with our team, like this is a model for affordable housing in Hackney, a kind of, again, a domino-like model. And then we built a proper tech platform where we have a kind of a digital version of a block, a physical version of a block, the robots that assemble these blocks, and a software that can assemble these blocks together. This is one of our factories where we have the robot assembling these blocks and this kind of really large panels that we are using, these really large building blocks that we are using now, which are made of CLT. And what we actually do is license this technology to existing contractors. So we give them access to a full package of this technology so that they can start what we call micro factories that essentially build with our building system initially across Europe. So we have one factory in London now and one in Belgium. And this is kind of the scaling model of these factories, which are really simple and blunt factories. They just, in a way, produce blocks and windows around these factories. And the investment to set up one of those factories is really low. So for €500,000, you can have a factory up and running that in an automated way builds your houses. And until now, we're building 40 houses next year with the tech company. But what we started building with is this kind of small garden studios during COVID, which are kind of small spaces that are mass customized. So every one of these garden studios is a different assembly of the same block. That kind of demonstrates that. And then, yeah, the idea that all of these houses could be different and could also be designed by other architects. And I'll keep it there, actually, because this has been a long day. These are just some more demonstrators from that. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is, which I believe you all are familiar with, is Clemens Pressinger. Clemens is a structural engineer and researcher. He started his career at the Research Institute for Structural Concrete at the TU here in Vienna. Since 2008, Clemens is working for the structural engineering company Bollinger Grohmann. I don't know if you've heard of that firm, but during the time he contributed to several research projects in the University of Applied Arts. He is currently the head of the Department of Digital Simulation, which investigates possibilities to bring computational modeling techniques into the early stage architectural design process. Since 2010, Clemens is developing the parametric interactive finite element program Caramba 3D. I don't know if you've heard of that software. As a freelancer, he holds a PhD in structural engineering from the TU here in Vienna, and welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here as a structural engineer. I'm going to talk today about the history of the parametric finite element toolkit Caramba 3D. And first of all, the question, why finite elements? If we want to describe some physical phenomena, then in mathematical terms, then it's usually done using differential equations or partial differential equations. And finite elements are a great tool to solve these very complicated equations, basically. They are based on principles which were invented at the beginning of the 20th century, and due to the fact that we have now computers, these finite elements became feasible, basically. And one of the ideas behind Caramba 3D was now to open up the possibility of using finite elements to non-engineering disciplines like, for example, architecture. Because in structural engineering companies, these finite element programs, they are part of the daily work, so why not move it to some other disciplines? And the second idea behind Caramba was to bring finite elements to life by having an interactive user experience, so that if one changes parts of the structure, like the geometry or the loads, that the response of the structure is immediately visible, like you see here, so that things start to move like in a movie. For the development of Caramba, two institutions have been very vital. One is the University of Applied Arts, where Caramba has been used in many research projects, and thereby it has been also further developed, features were added, and feedback was gathered. And the other institution is Bollinger-Grohmann, where Caramba has become a very handy tool for doing early stage structural design and optimization. And Bollinger-Grohmann, they have always been a company which was trying to include cutting-edge technology in their structural design work. And so this also formed then the breeding ground for Caramba, in fact. And what you can see here is a very early example of a structure which was optimized using parametric geometries and structural analysis. It's the metro station Piazza Garibaldi in Naples in 2004 by Dominique Perrault. And it's a roof and it consists of a single layer grid shell. And the architects, they wanted to have something irregular, so not the normal type of grid shell. And so they specified a volume where the structure, does it work? Where the structure can basically be. And now the question was where to place the nodes of the grid shell so that it's structurally effective on the one hand and has this irregular appeal or appearance on the other hand. And this was done using so-called genetic algorithms, which are an optimization principle which is based on randomness, and it mimics the way how natural evolution works. So it's based on a large group of similar solutions, and it can be used to sieve out the better performing solutions, and thereby you get, in an iterative fashion, a gradual improvement of your solution. And it's a method which can be applied to very complicated problems like this one here, but it takes a long time to get a proper response. So the solution procedure takes long time, so days, hours, weeks sometimes. And therefore it's very important to have a fast method of solving the response of such a structure. And at that time in 2004, the setup was a off-the-shelf finite element program in combination with a Visual Basic script which ran inside an Excel spreadsheet. So very simple, but on the other hand, very effective. And so Caramba was then grew out of the demand to make this faster and more efficient. And talking about research at the University of Applied Arts, the topics, there were actually several research projects which involved Caramba. There were topics like generative design, this one here, artificial intelligence, structural optimization, material research. But the seminal research project was actually this one here, the algorithmic generation of complex space frames. Because this was a project which was initiated by Klaus Bollinger and Arne Hofmann in 2008, and the aim was there to set up a digital tool chain which makes it easier to do this type of structural optimization with genetic algorithms. And in 2008, I joined the team shortly after the project was launched, and my task was to program a finite element module which can do these calculations very fast. And by the end of the project, we had really a setup which consisted of a Python script which glued together 3 modules. One was for calculating the structural response, one library did the genetic algorithm management, and the third one did the parametric geometries. And here you can see a very simple example of a linear structure under dead weight. And the aim is to get a structure which has as small displacement as possible. And in this case, the result which needs to come out is clear. It's a compression arch. But here you see the solution procedure with these genetic algorithms. The gray lines, they are the suboptimal solutions in each generation. The red line is the best individuum of each generation, and gradually this procedure approaches this arch geometry. So at least in this very simple setting, our setup worked. Yeah, and when the project ended in 2010, there was the question what to do with the code, which was programmed and tested and really worked. And by a happy coincidence, in 2007, so some years before, McNeil, the company behind the CAD software Rhino, they published a plugin which was called Explicit History at that time, which later became then Grasshopper, this visual scripting environment for geometry that we know today. And since Bollinger Grohmann were quite early in adapting these technologies, they had already in 2010 some experience with this Grasshopper environment, because they had to use it for the Hungerburgbahn in Innsbruck, which was quite complicated from a geometrical point of view, because it's this curved geometries of Zaha-Hadid. And so it was then nearly obvious to take the existing code of the research project and port it to Grasshopper. And in cooperation with Bollinger Grohmann, a small team consisting of Christoph Zimmel, a former Angewandte student, and me, we ported the code then to Grasshopper, and at the end of 2010, there was the first public release of Karamba. And here you see an early sketch of the user interface of Karamba with the typical Grasshopper components around. Yeah, as I said, there were several research projects which followed up this initial research project. This image here is taken from a research project called Informations, which was done by Moritz Heimrath, Adam Olinsky, Robert Villinger, and me. And the focus there was, for example, to test out the potential of finite elements calculations for producing patterns and shapes. So not necessarily structural optimization, but patterns. And here in this case, the starting point of this animation is a flat grid of beams resting on 4 supports and under dead weight. And by moving the supports, the forces in the structure shift, and by adding cross-section optimization, topology optimization, you get these strange patterns here. Or here another instance. Again, starting point is a flat grid of beams. There's a load acting from bottom to top. There are large displacements, and these white circles that you see, they define the position of the supports. And by moving these circles with respect to the grid, you get the impression that there's a walking geometry, a walking structure, actually. So very simple, but somehow really effective. Another project, actually, I think I missed one. No. I mean, Karamba was also used as a side topic tool in many other projects. One very interesting one is conceptual joining, where another research project done at the University of Applied Arts, where the potential of naturally grown wooden pieces to assemble structures was tested and tried out, and there Karamba was part of this digital tool chain to create these structures. Here's an animation which was done by Adam Olinsky, where he combined dynamic relaxation and a Karamba calculation to optimize this assembly of parts. The wobbling comes from the dynamic relaxation, and the bending moments and the utilization of the elements comes from Karamba. Then workshops played a very important role for the development of Karamba. First of all, because of the direct interaction with the users, and then also because using it, using a tool gives ideas for future features and so on, and it's always great then to do work with the students. And one very memorable workshop was the one in the Norton School of Architecture in Columbus, Ohio, back in 2013. And there, the students were asked to come up with volumes, with sculptural volumes, and then use these volumes and add then parametric structural design to it, and also build the things. And in this case here, this is one of 4 groups. They took the geometry from a film from Alice in Wonderland. If you look closely, it's one of the guards of the Queen of Hearts. There's this Disney animation film where this card stands around, and this geometry is actually taken from there. Then they used Grasshopper to discretize the volume into cells. The cell edges were used as beams, and due to dead weight, you get different forces in the beams, and where the forces are larger, the openings in the cells were made smaller. And in this way, you can read off somehow how the forces travel through the structure. And this looked then something like this. And yeah, projects were also very important because that's the ultimate test if the project works, the tool works somehow. There have been many. This one was for me the most important one because there I did the detailing. It's a pavilion which was built in 2011. It was designed by Soma Architecture for the Salzburg Biennale. It's an event that takes place every 2 years, so the pavilion needed to be movable, lightweight, so we made it out of aluminum rods. And for the architect, it was, of course, very important to have this impression of randomness, because that's why the pavilion was called white noise. And the question was how to build it. And if one looks a little bit closer at how the structure is set up, it's actually not that random. It consists of a large number of layers on which aluminum rods are situated, which have a length, all have the same length of 2 meters. And just by changing the angle of these rods, you get the impression that the structure looks random. And where the beams of 2 neighboring layers are cross, you get these connection studs here. So the geometry determines then how the forces flow through the structure. So actually a very complex thing to design and to optimize. And the optimization was done by a colleague of mine, by Moritz Heimrath. So he set up the geometry. First of all, he cut the pavilion into several pieces to make it easier to optimize the parts. And then he set up the geometry, made it parametric, added the structural model by Caramba, the loads, and then he used Galapagos to optimize the whole thing. This is a time-lapse video. The actual process took about 1 night for each piece, and you can see again, at the beginning the structure is very weak, has large deformations, and at the end it's acceptable. So it's probably not the ultimate best solution, but it's a solution which is viable from a structural point of view and which looks irregular. This is how it looked at the day of the opening. So if you compare it to the rendering which won the competition, it's, I think, was quite successful from a structural point of view. Yeah, and Caramba is a team effort. Here you can see the name of the people who are currently involved in program development, doing workshops, public relations, and so on. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Zenab, nice to see you. Zenab Axos Balzar is a very accomplished architect, creative coder, known for her innovative work at the intersection of design, architecture, arts, and science. She is one of the 2 partners of Open Fields, a renowned design and research collective based here in Vienna. Currently, Zeynep holds the position of Research Associate and Lecturer here at the IOA, Institute of Architecture, as well as Assistant Professor at the TU here in Vienna in the Department of Structural Design. Additionally, she is part of the Caramba 3D team, so segue, and serves as a faculty member at the IAAC in Barcelona. Zeynep's expertise lies in generative design processes and integration of AI-based techniques into her fields. She is dedicated to exploring and developing emergent design approaches by fostering collaboration between human creativity and artificial intelligence. Her contributions to the field have earned her a recognition, including the prestigious Research Prize of Architecture for the National Chamber of Architecture in Austria. Zeynep has also the privilege of being the Marie Curie Fellow during her academic pursuits, and she's a great critic on my reviews, and
nice.
Great to see her.
So, thank you for the introduction, Hani, and as you can see, I'm all of these things. And today I will be extending Clement's presentation on Caramba, giving it a perspective on how I am actually working with Caramba by integrating processes of machine learning, because why not? And also everybody was talking about AI, but nobody told what AI is. Just a very brief introduction. AI is ability of the machines to learn concepts without being directly programmed for it. So it's not a mystic thing, it is basic maths, but it's by iterative processes of optimization and very basic maths, the machines learn how to solve certain problems. And it is not as we do it, they define their own way, but they still solve the problems. So quick history, I came to Angewandte as a doctoral researcher hired by Klaus Bollinger, and my topic was multiple criteria optimization in early design phase, and it was starting from this topic a big challenge for me, because optimization in early design phase, optimization means actually equally dissatisfying all the goals I have. So how do we implement it? And Klaus, and thanks Clemens for explaining genetic algorithms. I don't have to explain them. Back then, GAs were a big thing, and Klaus had the idea of, kind of intervening into the process of iterative search by kind of selecting and integrating kind of architectural aesthetic opinion by this selection process. Obviously, I pursued on that for a while, and I also developed my own, as many people back then, my own genetic algorithm and multiple criteria search tool where you could intervene into the process. However, these processes were kind of very, being the selector and coder and so on, I kind of felt myself very disattached from the process itself, and my main inspiration comes from this machine, or from actually Gordon Pask, who's a cybernetician and who was also teaching at the AA at some point. And in this machine is called music color machine, and it works like this. So there's a composer plays a composition, and there's this machine starts to output some light patterns. And while the composer is playing and trying to control the light output by altering their own composition, the machine kind of adapts itself and also changes the light composition. So neither the composer controls the light output, nor the machine controls fully the composer, but by just working together and interacting together, there's a new kind of artwork of light and sound emerges. So I kind of like really this conversational aspect of the process, and I started to think about how can we actually integrate it into the design workflows, kind of sharing the works and working in more kind of a real-time environment. And this is where actually we start to collaborate with Clemens in the Smart Geometry Symposium conference back in 2018. We were thinking about how can we use actually machine learning, and how can we train some structural concepts to the machine without having to generate a large set of data. In this sense, we were subsampling, large structures into kind of basic frames and teaching the computer how to kind of reinforce these frames. And somewhat we were actually liberating ourselves from this, parametric space by allowing all the participants kind of input some certain geometry and in real time kind of see the computer's output to it, like how it would be reinforcing these structures further. And this is also this was the piece that we built back there. This is also where I started to make everything in pink, which was very important. So then, as part of my PhD collaboration, I also collaborated with Foster and Partners, the SMG department. And back then, they were very much into lattice printing. And they had built their own extruder, and they had several limitations of the extruder based on the extrusion process, maximum length, and maximum time that it has to cool down, and so on. And they wanted to integrate some structural knowledge within this process. However, again, optimizing a lattice structure iteratively is a very cumbersome process. And that's why I used a similar technique by subsampling this whole lattice into bits and pieces, maybe pixels, and kind of training a computer to kind of learn from local properties in order to find an ideal solution how this lattice could be built, informing from the structural properties. One last thing to my PhD, which doesn't have to do anything with structures. I was collaborating with IAC Barcelona, with the OTF program, and they are still doing a lot of 3D clay printing, and they were trying to understand the evaporative cooling process and evaporative cooling performance of 3D printed clay systems. And what we were doing, as it is a very dynamic process, what we were trying to do is kind of create an approximation algorithm, how we can approximate the cooling performance according to the physical output, from learning from this physical output. So I actually trained a neural net that could actually go ahead and analyze the geometry, and kind of regarding to the geometric analysis, it can approximate how this shape could perform. And in addition to that, I used a reinforcement learning technique and trained the neural net again to generate solutions. So how could this performance could be increased? So it was funny enough that without me telling the system, it was able to learn, okay, it has to maximize the surface geometry in order to kind of increase the evaporative cooling performance, and these are some outputs from that phase. And then I finished my PhD, and I finally didn't have to describe everything super scientifically. So, and in the same time, I also started to teach at Die Angewandte, and I wanted to take the air off from this whole, explaining everything, whatever you are doing. So we started to do a series of fun projects with my students at the IOA. So we were so one of these were high heels, so they had to work in groups, and they had to customize for each one in their own group a kind of a high heel, so everyone could wear it, whether whichever gender they do belong to. So these students actually were using a specific technique called topology optimization, and they were thinking about, okay, what can be a customizable input? Maybe you cannot see it, it's a little bit too light, but they were analyzing kind of the pressure zones of the feet, and accordingly they were creating these lattice-like structures. And also they created a kind of a customization interface where everybody can go in and generate their own kind of shoes. And regarding to their weight, they were even optimizing the cross sections. And another group was more working with, I don't know if this is working, with how actually, how two gender extremes would be walking. They were taking Naomi Campbell and Clint Eastwood, and how they were analyzing how they would work, and they were kind of simulating actually their limb movement in order to understand what would be the reaction of the floor as a force vector to generate a series of, like, to generate kind of a slider between Clint Eastwood and Naomi Campbell, and where you could produce different shoes. From there on, another group was working a lot with the input of music, where I'm not going to go deep into that. I added this because this was a very big influence in the next part of the work what I'm going to show. So they were working with the music input and trying to generate shoes according to the different genres. So this brought me actually to the idea, okay, when we really how can we do this, generative process more playful, and where we don't program or where we don't sit and look at the computer. And I have started to train some systems where they can create new shapes according to the input of music. So kind of to be more fun and playful. And different songs obviously create different kind of lampshades, or again, further looking into that from the point of view of geometry. And it is kind of changing in the time, because it's always taking the frequency of the highest pitch of the song. Yeah. So then I was starting to think about how to materialize these things, not just maybe 3D through 3D printing. This is a very short project about me being a little bit bored in the last Christmas break. So I was generating these surface shapes and turning them into the matrices and starting to knit them. So I don't recommend anyone knitting AI-generated matrices. It's very, very complicated. But so I also sent these matrices to friends of my mom's, and they were knitting and hating me because, you don't have this pattern in it. It's always changing. But taking the leap back, we came actually from this whole sound aspect to a new project supported by Intra and led by myself and Nico Kirisits from Digital Art. So we were thinking about, okay, how can we create an interdisciplinary path where we can integrate methods from the field of audio, data analysis, and into the field of design and AI? And how can we use audio as a generative or performative driver of design? And how can we use design as a driver of audio compositions? So this is a work in progress project. You will be seeing our recent experiments. So our goal is basically, with this iteration of the project, creating conversational interfaces by actuating intrinsic physical properties of structures using AI. So it's not about generating geometry or generating solutions anymore, but actually looking into the structure's intrinsic physical properties and looking at them as kind of vibrations, and how by actuating these vibrations and controlling with them with AI, how can we give structures a voice? Yeah. So it all started, actually, this is one of the projects of our students, a collaboration between my studio at the Technical University and Digital Art here at the IOA. So by using piezo transducers and transducers, they were basically looking into how to record these vibrations, and by giving it back through a loudspeaker, they're creating this kind of a sound aspect that is just informed by the material's own vibration in itself. So our students were developing, so these are the first tests. So there's obviously a really long background of developing these resonating bodies through curved folding sheet materials and analyzing their structural behaviors, as well as looking into different production methodologies by using robotic embossing or water jet. And in the end, they came the recent situation of the project, the recent output is this. So they were also developing, how can we aggregate these forms? How can we build them together? But in the same time, they were also using Karamba in order to analyze in which frequencies these structures vibrate, and how can we actuate these frequencies, and how can we give these structures a kind of their own voice. So the recent state looks like this. There are the transducers, which are these black pieces brought in different parts of the structure, and there are, where you see these white tapes, are the piezo's that are taped on the different segments of the structure, and whether the structure is stiff there or not, it generates a kind of a different vibration, and therefore it also generates a different kind of sound. And what AI does is it is just kind of turning on and off these white tapes, which are located in the different parts of the structures, to kind of create a reaction to the system's own environment by trying to mimic it. So please, can you put the voice a little bit down now? I'm going to, it's not a very comfortable sound, I have to admit. The structures do not talk comfortably, yeah? So this is the structure trying to mimic the nature that it is standing in right now. So we are still in the training process, and you will be seeing the final output in the Angewandte festival. Yeah, so with this beautiful sound, I am finishing my talk about how structures are talking. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. I wanted to say, in terms of the generation question, which I find really interesting on many levels, is to sort of maybe just harken back a little bit to many generations ago and to the Enlightenment in architecture and the beginnings of a lot of what we're still involved in, right, from Enlightenment thinking. And there's one thing that I was struck by in all the talks, in fact, was this kind of search for God. Okay, I know that sounds really weird, but a search for the presence of otherness, a search for a set of beliefs, a search for meaning and truth. It's funny because if the way I looked at your presentations was, if I asked myself that question, you guys all, in one way or another, touched on some very powerful sort of necessities for metaphysics, for otherness. I mean, the sound we just heard, I don't know what that was, but it was pretty strange and godlike. And a kind of search for truth. And one of the things that I'm thinking about with my students, some of my students sitting here after our work with AI, is perhaps there's a big question in the students' minds, which is also in my mind as a perpetual student, which is where the future of architecture is going in terms of a kind of a definition, right? So if we are in fact, as I gathered from this talk, unraveling, dismantling, detaching, many words were used here in terms of a kind of radical, let's say, undoing of where we came from in this profession and where we are and why we are here. Then the question is, what is the search leading towards? I don't expect you to answer this directly, I mean, I can tell us, but I do believe you all, in one way or another, touched on a very, very powerful sort of trajectory in terms of a dismantling of one set of criteria and the pursuit of yet another in terms of the future of this discipline. And if you could just, if that is something you can react to, that would be great. If not, you can talk about whatever you want. I've been on your side of many times with moderators who drive me crazy with their questions. So I just leave it up to you four to maybe just articulate a little bit. Well, you already did, but to just make it even more pointed as to where God exists in at the center of your pursuits. I know, I don't even know if I believe in God, but I've just...
Thank you, Hani. I mean, I think ultimately, maybe because it's such a poetic question and such a kind of deep question, I think there is something in the pursuit of happiness, right? Like I think there's a shift, maybe at least in like what I'm advocating for, that maybe truth resides in being able to share all of these ideas that we develop with more people. And I think that's a kind of maybe the kind of most primordial reaction behind that. And that's also such a cliche, right, that position. And I think what I kind of contribute there is ultimately a position that says like, it's not a kind of dialectic choice that either you're into architecture and you're even making sketches, right? It's kind of, again, really primordial architectural acts. It's not a choice between architecture and doing something good and at scale, but it's actually, you know, both of them that are valid. Like, it's a kind of a reaction, I would say, against like an agenda without architecture or architects without agenda, right? It's basically saying architecture with agenda, I think, is maybe the kind of truth that that I'm looking for. But then, like, on this notion of truth, I think the work, I mean, at least I advocate also, I think, for a kind of, like, you could say in a way it's a bit nihilistic, what I do, right? Like, there's an attempt to dismantle and reduce architecture to almost, you know, nothing, a few blocks. Like, it's a deeply kind of nihilistic move on the one hand. And it also kind of tries to stay away from making too many claims that that there is only one way, right? Like, it leaves a bit this kind of truth open, and it keeps a kind of a space, I think, for subjectivity in there and for interpretations as well.
I mean, I was struck in the work, I wrote it down here, where is it? Neo-hyper steroid Baroque. and I'm like, you know, because in fact what's interesting is your argument was so wonderfully reduced and sort of binary, but in fact at the end are these beautiful complex structures. So there is a kind of a Baroque-like result, and it's really curious. That
Can you just repeat the full one? Neo?
It was neo-hyper-induced steroid-injected Baroque.
Okay.
This is on. I think thank you for the question, firstly, but the notion of God is always, you know, looking at things from a perspective of a creator and a createe. Yeah, so, and also we as architects also look at the things from that perspective, right? Like, we are the creators. However, for me, there is no God. And there are no creators. I think everything emerges from a process of conversation, from a process of working together and communication. So maybe my perspective on this end is, you know, there's no God, there's a universe, it is kind of hanging together with each other, and it is reacting, enacting, and hanging together, and just exchanging information, and through this exchange of information things emerge.
If I were to channel my inner ChatGPT and ask myself, is there God? Chances are I don't know what it would come out with. Somebody can quickly do it on your phone, but I think God as a kind of, you know, white male sitting on a throne with a beard is definitely not a God, right? But the idea of a kind of search for truth, an inner truth, an existential truth, is there nevertheless, right, as a kind of an origin of the idea of a belief system. And I'm kind of intrigued, I mean, in your case in particular, the fact that you even have the chutzpah or the madness to develop structures that will talk to nature, it's amazing to hear you deny the fact that you're in search of some kind of metaphysical otherness and truth. Just saying.
I guess I prefer the latter, your definition or description of a search for a truthfulness or a truth. And maybe I'll go back to some of Mario's initial comments where he talked about the sort of optimism that was present, a kind of zeitgeist in 96, 97. It makes me think of the work of Bernard Cash through his workshop Objectile with Patrick Boyce, where there was a deep commitment and excitement around the potential through digital technology and specifically digital fabrication to democratize design, to look at it as a networked, participatory, kind of informal practice. And then we had, as Mario said, 20 years of folding and kind of a sort of nasal gazing phase, which I think was absolutely necessary. We had to figure out what was going on with these tools. And what I'm excited about, and in seeing a kind of rejuvenated optimism, are these new forms of authorship, that open up the possibility of the collective. And Mario spoke about this in its presence during the pandemic, where we saw incredible boots on the ground operations that happened overnight to produce PPE, for example, at the Bartlett, at Cornell, elsewhere. So we know it's possible. This, my students call it the super brain, right? That this misconception of the architect as a sole author is, I think, fundamentally being dismantled. And I'm super excited about that. And part of it has to do with the accessibility of these tools. But at the same time, we also, I think, need to be very mindful of the biases inherent within these tools. And I'm super excited about some of the activist work that is happening in this space. I mean, just last week, OpenAI put out a sort of plea for an international watchdog on AI, because they haven't put out the ethical frameworks to raise these important questions. And I think we as architects working collaboratively have an opportunity to really frame a position and be at the table and have a discourse around that through the work that we do. So that's my truth.
No, I think it's profoundly important. And in fact, to play a little bit of the Marshall McLuhan in Annie Hall when he steps up to Woody Allen, when Woody Allen's talking about Marshall McLuhan and he taps him on the shoulder from behind and says, I am Marshall McLuhan and you got it all wrong. I'm not saying you got it wrong, but I do remember a show called The Non-Standard, which we participated in at the Pompidou Center. Bernard Cash, Lars Sproybuk, Greg, Bill and Shulan Bill Koletan and Shulan, and a number of other people. And I remember, if I think back to that show, and I think about this show, your show, you guys sitting there quietly looking at your phones. I'm kidding. Zaha did that to me once, and I'll never forget it. She was like, Hanny, stop playing with your thing in the front row. Honey Bunny, sorry, that was my nickname. The problem with that exhibition, and the problem with that movement, us, and I was part of, I'd work in that show, is I don't believe we were in search of this otherness, this ineffable truth beneath it. I believe we were we were just enjoying the technology, right? It was just kind of like Bernard was milling beautiful things, Greg was doing his thing, we were doing our thing. It was kind of a sort of a naive dive into this new medium. But things have come along substantially. What I saw today was remarkable maturity and evolution of what had started out in a very embryonic and wet behind the ear moment, let's say. And that's why I'm using the problematic idea of God. I'm not really saying that it is. But there's a search here that I find remarkably inspiring. And in your work, I think the question I kept asking myself was, how wonderful it is to be able to all of a sudden give over our beings, ourselves, to, and I don't mean this in a kind of, architecture is better idea, but to an architecture which is in fact there as a kind of physical living presence. It's a kind of a dream from Bruno Taut, from Piranesi, it goes back many generations. So to see it coming to fruition and being experimented with and actually things you showed, it started me thinking in this way, that there is a kind of a search that we are moving towards, which is far, and when it comes to activism and it comes to all kinds of dynamics around that in terms of politics. So it's a very, very powerful watershed moment, I think. I was saying to my students yesterday and in my little speech, and I don't mean to give a speech here now, but I was saying about AI, that in all the, I've been at this a while, I guess, because I don't want to talk about when I started doing this stuff, But the line in the sand that's being drawn today by generative AI, by all of these mechanisms, all these tools, is such a paradigm shift that's remarkable. It's remarkably scarier, different, and uncanny compared to the other paradigm shifts that we've seen over the last 3 decades. And the work, I think, shows that today. You guys are sort of grappling with this major paradigm shift, right? So I'm using a very trite and ridiculous statement to sort of articulate it, but it's there. And it wasn't there at the non-standard. That I could say for sure.
For a structural engineer, it's quite easy to clarify the question of truth. It's when the building stands up or not, so it's easy. But in relation,
is that true? Really, you don't?
That's or if there's a call from the building side that something is not correct, parts are missing, it doesn't fit, something like this. That's the truth, which then hurts a little bit and produces stress hormones. But in architecture, I mean, I'm not sure. I've heard the sentence once that structural engineering is the subconsciousness of architecture somehow. So it maybe is a reminder of the constraints which exist. And in structural engineering, you have physics, physical laws, and these finite element calculations, for example, they can show these constraints quite obviously. And I think the nice thing about this is then that they can be used in a clever way to somehow overcome them. So by a clever move, like a judo move, where you take the problem at the right point and then you can move it in the clever direction. I think that's the truth, which is not funny, but it's which is rewarding and innovative somehow.
So to bracket my comment about the Enlightenment, you know, it is interesting to me that even today, 600, 700 years later, we will find people streaming into cathedrals, neo-Baroque cathedrals, churches, houses of worship, and standing in awe of structure, in awe of trying to enact God, all the way up to Mr. Van der Rohe claiming that God is in the detail, right? And now we are in this kind of remarkable sort of transition that's going very, very quickly. So the one thing I will say that, in fact, I find interesting that tied together the architectural work, the extremely advanced architectural work, and the engineering work that we all saw today was that you are, whether you admit it or not, and you don't want to admit it, maybe, is you are after that sense of awe. That sense of unknown and otherness, and that we stand in awe of architecture, which I think is fantastic, sort of for the future, and for those students of mine who are asking that question, you have to pursue that sense of awe, regardless of in which guise you do it. And so, thank you so much for today. It was wonderful to see you, 4 of you, and to finally see some of your presentations that I've always wanted to see. And yeah, it's been wonderful, and I guess we'll have a fantastic afternoon that you guys are going to be in charge of, right? So I'm going to split. And do we have a quick question from the audience moment, or we get to lunch?
If you have a question, if anyone is question, yes.
Uh-oh, one of my ex-students. Don't direct it to me.
Here you go.
So, first of all, thank you very much for your presentations. And just going back to the very first moments in our day-to-day, Mario was speaking about this gap between digital design and fabrication. I want to introduce a new term to the discussion that has been named today, namely building, like what contractors do. I think people from my generation who are like trying or like have aspirations of pushing the envelope of architecture are more inclined to saying that they're fabricating things or architecture or spaces. People from other generations were more inclined to say that they were building. So I don't think this is like a matter of vocabulary. I don't think this is like an evolution of vocabulary, and this is mainly because 2 weeks ago, I had to read about the building regulations and the building code, and I have not yet heard of such a thing as the fabrication code. Thanks God for that. yeah, that was actually super inspiring. I was not aware this is happening, but to that point, and I guess there are many people who are already very aware of this, if we have this ambition that we make this attention-holding architecture available to the masses, it must comply to some sort of code, as you saw in competitions in Germany. I'm just curious, how do you think this dynamic between these three areas, so to say, so building, fabrication, and computational design is going to play out in the future? And is it realistic to think that we bring everybody across the board at a level of digital literacy where everything will just kind of fall into place? Or how do you think that's gonna happen?
Maybe just one quick thing about building. Like what I like actually about the word building is that it's both a verb and an object, right? Like just as a kind of a side note. The word that I try to get rid of is actually the word construction. And like there is, you know, you could say you can replace construction maybe with the word fabricating or manufacturing, which is a very, very old architectural dream. When I showed Konrad Wachsmann and Gropius, that was already in a way there, right? That you could actually manufacture rather than construct. I haven't actually thought if that means, if that cancels the word building per se, like maybe building is more the collective word of the whole, all the stakeholders involved around the act of initiating and putting together a space. And I think that's also quite poetic and interesting maybe to think about building in that sense. And in terms of like what I mean, we obviously with the startup, we talk with hundreds of contractors, builders, every day. And the interesting thing is they are under such a pressure to change. Like change is really happening, especially in Europe with change in legislation that is pushing for circular building, for sustainable building. The pension funds that are funding large building projects, they are forced to make their investments green. Usually they invest in brick and concrete. They are running now to the kind of limits of that. So there's an enormous push happening right now to make this change happen. The funny thing, I think the provocation is that architects are absolutely not involved or not prepared in that discussion. We have not concerned ourselves with that, right? We have been, you know, maybe looking for metaphysical truths in university labs and playing around, doing really, really cool things that didn't answer any questions of society, right? And so the people who are jumping in this gap are tech companies, right? And that's also, in a way, like if I wanted to contribute something to that, I also had to change even mode of practice, because as an practicing architect, you have very, very little power in that game, right? So through a tech company you can, and even still that is, I mean, it's quite an uphill battle, of course, to do it. But I do sense change in the air, even with the kind of SME contractors who are all waiting in a way for really tangible and quick and proven solutions that make their life less risky and increase their margins. Like that's what they're hoping for, right? Yeah.
I can maybe add just a couple comments. I really appreciate your question. And my comments pertain to just the topic of code and change. And maybe I'll answer that with an example. I co-organized a session at the Materials Research Society, which is the largest annual meeting for materials scientists, with a colleague, Maria Paz Guitares. And it was the first architect-led session at that venue. We had Michelle Addington and Skylar Tibbetts, and really just amazing people presenting work on adaptive and responsive materials. And what we realized at the end of the day were the people that were missing. And those people include lawyers, business people, people that engage with the production of code ratings, which in the States haven't changed for the most part since the 60s. And so I think to get at some of the questions that you're raising, those types of people need to come together and have a conversation, as opposed to sort of staying within our sort of areas of expertise. And that's really the only way that we're going to really make an impact and change at that level.
Only thank you to Hani Rashid for hosting this panel, but also for stepping in for Mario in introducing our morning speakers. Thanks to all of you again for the wonderful, inspiring and thought-provoking presentations. To our audience, we will now go into a break. We suggest you do the same. It's sunny out, but please come back for our afternoon part of the symposium. 2:40, we have a tour with speaker and myself through the exhibition for those of you who want to hear from us and the present artists and architects directly. The symposium itself here in this room will continue at 3:10 p.m. with the lecture of Matthias Del Campo, followed by Leah Wolfman, Jennifer Bonner, and Space Popular, and a roundtable wrapping it up. So a lot to look forward to. See you at hopefully 2:45 or latest 3:10 back here. Thank you. Hello. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. As a first matter of fact, I want to apologize for skipping the exhibition tour that was promised to you. We were in a huge delay. Very sorry for that. We will try and catch up a mini tour after the wrap-up of the symposium. Otherwise, I hope many of you got the chance to see the show or will see it in the coming weeks. It's on till September. And I want to mention also, we do have a project website in lieu of a publication. It's called thenewvirtual.org. You can find all the infos, texts, and about the works and chapters on there. Without further ado, I'm now having the pleasure of introducing our first afternoon speaker, Matthias Del Campo, co-founder of SPAN, together with Sandra Manninger. They are not only alumni of the University of Applied Arts, but also have been former residents of the Mack Center Art and Architects in Residence at the Schindler House in Los Angeles, a residency program that we are running. And Matthias is a registered architect, designer, and educator. He's associate professor at the Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning at the University of Michigan in the USA, and is the director of the Architecture and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, also at the University of Michigan. An affiliate faculty member of Michigan Robotics, Computer Science and Data Science, and the co-founder of SPAN, as mentioned. They have been participating in the Shanghai World Expo in 2010, twice at the Venice Architecture Biennale 2012 and 2021, as well as they have designed the robot garden at the Ford Robotics building. A great project, I have to say. And solo shows have been formations at Mack Vienna, which we're very proud of back in the day, and several shows in the FRAG in Shanghai, at the Benetton Collection, the Albertina in Munich, and their works are represented in several private collections. I also want to mention that he publishes a lot, not only on his social media accounts, you can always read about his thoughts on series of AI, but also in form of books, Neural Architecture, and the latest one is Diffusions in Architecture, which just came out, I think a week after Mario's book, Beyond the Digital. So it can be ordered now, I just asked. And Matthias, please take the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marlies. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Lili Holland, Marlies Wirth, and Pika Rebeck for the generous invitation to be not only part of the exhibition, but also part of this fantastic symposium. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here and you know, maybe tell one or the other thought. As mentioned, I mean, I'm not going to repeat. Sandra is also here, my partner. I'm very happy she's here. I would have loved to share with her the stage, maybe another time. So as said, we actually co-founded the Architecture and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory in Michigan. Sandra moved on to greener pastures in New York and is now a faculty member of NYIT. And as Marlies briefly mentioned, the vast majority of the thoughts in this lecture are based on the book Neural Architecture, Design and Artificial Intelligence, which came out I think a moment before the frenzy around AI started, about a year ago, and has been for us a very useful source of inspiration of ideas, concepts, and design ideas. So neural architecture basically relies on the idea that it interrogates the emergent field of artificial neural networks as a method of designing architecture, and artificial neural networks can be described in short as a sequence of mathematical algorithms that are capable of registering latent correlations in a set of data. Yeah, and in this lecture, I basically try to show some attempts, ideas of how to use deep learning, machine learning, and other methods to occupy them, so to speak, for architectural design ideas. But before we go deeper into what those things are and what they can do, Zainab already asked the question before, what is AI? I have another question, why use AI? Yeah? And this is like the first question you need to ask. There's actually quite a primitive, simple, and naive answer to this, which is nonetheless somehow correct, which is it's better to teach machines how to learn instead of how to do things. It's better to teach machines how to learn instead of how to do things. So what do I mean by that? You've probably seen a lot of videos like this. This is the way how cars were basically made until like the mid-60s to the early 70s. You have a team of experts that basically put together elements and weld them together, you know, make the carrossery, do the paint jobs, etc., etc. Each one of them have a specialized area of expertise. So this is an expert system. In 1961, the first industrial robot came online in a factory by General Motors. It was called Unimate, and was in charge of assembling elements with each other. And since then, we've seen these sort of things, right? You know these images of these long assembly lines of cars where repeated elements are pulled together by robots that have been specifically programmed to weld specific points in space. Now, of course, this makes things much easier, but nonetheless, each time you want to do a new model of a car, you have to reprogram those robots. And any one of you who has worked with a robot knows these pendants, where you literally can teach a robot where to move in space and where to weld. This is, of course, not a very flexible system, but if you think about the millions and probably billions of data points collected of welding points in space, you can actually take this trove of data and program a robot not to weld specific points in space, but to understand what welding is. Maybe this is a little bit exaggerated, but nonetheless, it will understand through using machine vision where to weld specific points, right? So the advantage of that, of course, is that you do not have to retrain the robots every single time you make a new model. Actually, every single one can be different on that assembly line. Yeah, so this is a learning system in contrast to the previous expert system. Now for something completely different, the rise of neural art. You have probably seen this painting before. This is the portrait of Edmond de Bellamy by the Paris-based architecture art collective Obvious. And it became notoriously famous around 2018 because it sold for around £230,000 at Christie's. And it was allegedly the first piece of art created by an AI. So, okay, there's like several points here. Like, I don't think that the selling price is the most interesting one here, because what actually really came about is the conversation after this was sold, which is, who has the agency? What kind of sensibility is this? And where is the authorship in this piece? So there was a lot of discussion around it, because I think those are specific elements that needs to be considered once you start using artificial intelligence in a variety of different roles. 2018 saw also the emergence of a couple of really interesting AI artists, like Sofia Crespo, but not only visual artists, also musicians were starting to use artificial neural networks to express music, but also visuals, like in these examples here from Holly Herndon. Collaborations were also directly between visual artists and musicians, such in this case with the LA-based band Yacht and the Munich-based artist Mario Klingemann. He describes himself as a neurographer, quite an interesting way to do that. There's a whole plethora now of different bands and musicians using AI in more open or also in covert roles. This here is the work, for example, of Mario Klingemann, and this is specifically also when things come to the surface, which are elements that need to be discussed in any use of AI, meaning, for example, the creation of data sets. So he actually created a data set that was specifically geared towards European painting, European portraiture from the 15th to the 19th century. And despite their effects, you still can recognize elements that are familiar, but also have elements of estrangement. I'll talk about this in a second. Around the same time, we started to use a variety of different neural networks to create latent walks through Gothic architecture image datasets that we built ourselves. So for us, it was always important also to have that in mind, that we built our own datasets in order to create particular results. Doing this makes it very clearly, very quickly, what are the problems. There is racial bias, there's cultural bias, and there's gender bias present in all of these larger datasets that are getting used. This was primarily a problem of the way how those data sets were created between the early 2000s and today. And I've been asked already several times, how can we change that? And unfortunately, I have to say that this damage has been done, and it's going to be very difficult to repair that, except you do completely new data sets, and that's actually what I think we need to do. And also, please consider that labeling is a political act. So when you actually do labeling in a data set, you are, of course, infusing your own personal biases, ideas, political directions, etc., into the data sets that you're doing. When we use large-scale data sets made by large companies who do not care too much about what this, whether it is present or not, you're going to end up very quickly in those problems. Okay, either way, how do we as architects participate in this new universe of design ideas that are, I would say, open systems instead of the closed systems that we have been used to in architecture so far? Open systems that allow you to interrogate the large repositories of human culture that are present in those enormous data sets. These are some examples here of early attempts we did to automatize section making and plan making. It was quite exciting. So like the first time we did it was like, oh great, we can automatize now section making and plans. That's fantastic. Once you start looking closer into what's happening here, you'll figure out pretty quickly that those sections and plans do not make any sense. Yeah? They are not functional in any way, shape, or form. Why? Because machines do not understand, or these sort of concepts of machine learning do not understand the semantic information in a data set. They can imitate shapes, forms, and ideas, but they cannot really understand, you know, what's a lecture hall, what's a toilet, what's a living room, what's a sleeping room, and so on. That is not in that use. I already mentioned before the concept of estrangement and defamiliarization. Those plans before also already talk about that. So it's an interesting concept in that you're basically infusing, you have elements that are familiar to you, but you infuse at the same time enough estrangement to increase the attention of the observer. This is one of the elements that I consider most interesting in the work with artificial intelligence, is that it can show us things within existing data sets that we didn't see before, and thus allowing us to interpret those in a creative fashion. When people say that AI is creative, I disagree with that. The basic idea behind it is that we as humans interpret sometimes the result that we get out of AI in a creative way. So we're actually just projecting our own creativity into what we see in the results. Estrangement and defamiliarization is not a new concept. Hegel wrote about it, Marx wrote about it. Shklovsky came up with the concept in 1917, Bertolt Brecht used it. Shklovsky wrote a paper in 1917 called Art as Technique, and in this paper he presented the idea of estrangement as the possibility to infuse enough strangeness in common ideas and common forms to evoke more attention in the observer. And of course you cannot leave out this discussion without mentioning Sigmund Freud, who a year after Shklovsky in 1918 wrote a paper called Das Unheimliche, the Uncanny, in which he described similar effects, that you basically, the attention of the observer is heightened once it is in a common situation that he knows, but there is enough strangeness to evoke attention. Now, how do you do this in architecture? This is an example I like to show when I discuss these ideas. This is a Midjourney image created about a year ago now. And every architect will recognize in this image particular features that are very common and normal to you, like cantilevering elements, Fensterbänder, like long windows. It evokes this idea of somehow some sort of modern architecture, right? But at the same time, there are elements here where the machine, or in this case Midjourney, just made up things because it didn't know exactly what to do with them. And these are the interesting things for me, like for example, the relationship to the ground, like this very strange connection there. Does it grow out of the ground? Is it cut off? Is it carved out of a piece of rock from the ground? You don't know exactly what's happening there. The same with the roof line. Is it damaged? Is it destroyed? Was it intentionally done like that? These are the elements where within something that is common to you, which is this sort of very normative shapes, strange things happen that really evoke your attention. I've repeatedly stated that the working with AI is the first genuinely 21st century design method. Like, why do I say that? Especially when it is about computational design, like the conference we have today. Actually, I would actually say that all computational design methods that we've been using so far have been already invented in the 20th century. Yeah? Polygon modeling, NURBS modeling, agent-based modeling, scripting, yeah? All of those things were already out there in the 20th century. They were just refined in the last 20 to 25 years. What we have seen now in terms of AI was not even possible 10 years ago. So this is really something that, like this idea of really being able to burr through the layers of history to find solutions for hopefully better things in the future is really a novel thing to do. A couple of examples. Marlies mentioned the robot garden. This was a commission that Sandra and I got from the University of Michigan, more specifically from the robotics department. They built a new building and they wanted to have right next to the building a testing ground for their robots where they can teach them to walk. You see how difficult it still is these days. They had a couple of requirements. I mean, first of all, our earliest approaches to finding design methods based on machine learning and deep learning were done together with the robotics department, specifically with one of their PhD students, Alexandra Carlson. And the director of robotics, Jesse Griesel, heard about that. It was like, hey, wait, you guys are using actually methods that we use for completely different things to do design and architecture. Why don't you do our robot garden? And the requirements was that it had to have a variety of different grounds, sand, gravel, rocks, and it had to have steps in varying sizes and heights. Because they want to particularly test on this test ground the so-called last 100-step problem. I'm not going to go into more of that because it's a long discussion, but more importantly is that we used a variety of different methods to do this garden. So on the one side, we created a data set of thousands of satellite images with varying ground conditions, then created some latent walks. These are the latent walks that you see here. This is just a little bit of that data set. And then we used 2D to 2D style transfer, deep dreaming, 2D to 3D style transfer, like a whole set of different methods to create variations of that robot garden that you see in the upper row here. And the ones that I really like the most were actually these ones here that are so strange. This is how I think machines see architecture. It doesn't need to be useful for humans at all. And at the end of the day, this is a project that was designed by machines for machines, because it's actually for robots, not for humans. So it's really a post-human project in all possible extents. This project was here on show in the MAC already in 2019 in the exhibition Space and Experience. And Nicole Stöckelmeier, the curator of this exhibition, is also here today, so thank you very much. This was, I think, around the time we started to build it. But let me go to another area that is very fascinating to people today, which is all this sort of text-to-image generators. If you have John Oliver already talking about Midjourney and things like that, you can assume that AI has arrived in the mainstream completely, right? And I think that one of the interesting things for me was always like the way how to use these text-to-image generators. It always reminded me of Ludwig Wittgenstein's quote, "The limits of my language mean the limits of my world." This has changed in the meantime. Yes, you can use images and so on as prompts by now. But one of the early attempts we made was a competition for a high school in China where we used text-to-image generators. This was still not Midjourney or anything like that. This was before this came out. It was actually an attentional gun that allows us to take elements from the program that was asked and combine it with a little surreal twist to them to create this very colorful imagery on the site. And then using those colorful images, we basically used very straightforward extrusions in Grasshopper to create the volumes. This was like a first attempt, like how do we use these things so that they can create buildings? You're like half blind, so to speak, tapping through the possibilities of these technologies. We also recognized very quickly one major problem with this approach, which was that it could only generate exteriors, but no interiors. It's very hard for AI to make that sort of contextual relationship between exterior and interior. So every human will understand that we are in an interior right now, but that it also has an exterior, right? I mean, every one of you can imagine that. For a machine, it's very hard to do that. Then early 22, I stumbled over something called disco diffusion, which was the first diffusion model actually that I used. it was, I mean, I really notoriously look into discussion forums of artists, because most of the time they're the first ones to find really new, interesting methods. And then you can actually, you know, as a usual architect, you know, take it and make it your own. And I was asking myself, why is it that architects are so obsessed with things like, why did they explode so much in architecture, these image generators? These are 28 models for one project in Vienna, done in the Atelier Hollein in 2004. And this is just a stand-in for the obsession that we architects have with variation. So we iteratively work through a problem, just habitually, right? Whether it's just sketching plans or doing 3D models in foam very quickly, we like the possibility to create variations to find the right approach to a problem. Now, I did a little math, and last year from April to August, I generated 71,000 images in Midjourney. And that happened because it has exactly that sort of variation button integrated, right? You make a prompt, you get 4 images, you're like, oh, good, I like this one, let's continue. So you really go down that rabbit hole forever. The image here in the exhibition, the mosaic, is basically a way to express that we did more than 100,000 images in the entire last year. It was not possible to integrate all of them in that picture, because otherwise the images would have become so small that you cannot see anymore what it is. So we needed to find the balance so it's only 21,000. Still good enough, I guess. But let's have a look a little bit into prompts and, you know, the sort of anatomy of prompts. So if you use a prompt like this, Mies van der Rohe building, you'll get this. So I mean, one of the things that Midjourney and other diffusion models bring along is that they're fantastic tools for lazy architects, because they basically can just prompt in things that will look, decent, so to speak. Let's see something different, like section drawing through an opera house. And there's a lot of interesting things to look at here in the ways how the technology has evolved very quickly. So this is version 2, and you get these sort of sections, which I think are quite, you know, good starting points for. It's of course not a section of an opera house. It will never work as an opera house, but you know, you can imagine that elements, things are present in those sections that can inspire you to continue your project. And I think that's one of the major aspects in this whole development, is that this aspect of inspiration, of pushing the human actually to come up with something better or more interesting or functional if you want. Now, section drawing through an opera house version 4. Something really happened here. Same prompt, and you get this here. And these are like the cliche Walt Disney idea of what an opera house would be. So it's becoming more and more this sort of cliche machine of architecture, or any other field, by the way, anything you use it for. So it either means that the data set has so much kitsch that all the things are going to come to the surface, absolutely, or the prompt engineering has to become a little bit more refined. Let's look at this. The most beautiful house in the world, Midjourney version 2. I guess it got stuck somewhere in the early 2000s. And then the same thing, yeah, the most beautiful house in the world with a newer version of Midjourney, yeah, that's version 4. We're in version 5 now. So guess what that looks like? Most beautiful house in the world. So if I look at these things, I'm not worried, because architects are always saying, oh, my job is going to be gone, and so on. I don't think so. It has become, nonetheless, better and better in the imitation of things. Like these sections here, for example, they look very convincing. They look like they could actually work. Only if you start really to critically interrogate them, you figure out they absolutely don't work. But they're becoming better and better, and also pushing the human to do something different, interesting, provocative, innovative, etc., etc. How do we apply those, like in a more important role than just being images? How do we convert that into 3D? So this is a project here in Vienna at the Generali Center on the Marhilferstraße. And this is the first project, I think, where we applied something called pixel projection. So first we did a style gun 2. We didn't even use a diffusion model for this. We just used good old-fashioned style gun for this. Training a specific data set that we built. Again, building your own data sets, I think, is important. So we built our own data set of brutalist buildings, trained it on that, did a latent work, again here, looking for those images that have enough estrangement in them to be provocative, but at the same time enough common elements to be usable as a starting point for an architectural design. Then selecting a couple of images from this, and this is again like a very human thing, like the selecting of images, for example. Same in Midjourney, by the way. And then doing a pixel projection out of that will give us a 3D model. Yeah. And after that is done, it still needs a lot of manual labor to really get it to the point where it becomes a usable architectural project. Let me see if I can, yeah. So this is the model at the end. And if you see here, like all those floor plates, staircases, etc., all those things were actually added on to make it work properly. The deep house, same concept, but this was actually a fun commission by a neurologist who has a site here in the Alps. He had just one major condition. He had heard about what we do, that comes actually from his field and so on, but he wanted it to be a mid-century modern house. Okay, so again, same thing, do a data set of that, do a latent work. I'm not gonna go into the explanations of curve fitting here, which actually define a lot of how strange or normal the result looks like. And then doing the same thing, pixel projection, from 2 directions, 3 directions in this case. And what was for us a progress with this project is that it also provided us an interior. So even though there is no understanding of the machine of what interior and exterior is, it's again sort of like ourselves interpreting the results. And I admit we moved a couple of things a little bit up and down, but other than that, we didn't do much on this here. And really reclaiming what the machine gives you as a possibility to continue the project further. And despite the fact that this was a mid-century modern data set, it comes up with things that no modern architect would do, like this kind of weird porous walls, for example, the strange cutouts and holes. And then the doghouse, which you see outside here, which is the latest iteration of the same methodology. In this case, we actually used Midjourney to do these sections. And this is also, would be a longer debate, but the idea actually to use other actors within a design process, not only humans, not only top-down, but rather to create a sort of a level field where you have machines, humans, plants, animals, all of them somehow influencing your design because you can add them to your prompt. Creates this sort of strange post-human design method. I didn't ask for a pitched roof, it just made one, and I just went with it. So again, divided this whole thing into about 100 pieces, fabricating everything. In this case, it was important for us to show that we can actually take something that was created with a diffusion model and then extract that from the two-dimensional pixel space to a three-dimensional environment. Also to have an object that is not just a flat image, but really a spatial experience. And it's populated by a bunch of eyeball robots. That's why it's called the doghouse, of course. They live in there. Unfortunately, one of them is a little bit sick at the moment, so it's just lying down. Yeah, you can go outside and see the real thing. You don't need to see this here. Okay, so Sandra and I also founded the Neural Architecture Group, which is a group of architects interested in all these different ideas and concepts on AI and architecture. You can also check out the AI Architects website, where I'm collecting various positions in that area. I'm gonna jump over this. It's gonna take too much time. And yeah, let me jump over this here. I thought I had deleted those. I obviously didn't. As Marlies mentioned before, there's a variety of different books and publications, also, for example, Machine Hallucinations, which I had the pleasure to edit with Neil Leach. And just right now, the book Diffusions in Architecture. And I'm happy to announce that I was also commissioned with a new edition of AD on AI and architecture, which will come out next year. So I hope I didn't go over time. Thank you very much. Thanks.
And our next speaker, Jennifer Bonner, is coming right up with the title POP. Jennifer Bonner is Associate Professor of Architecture at Harvard University, Graduate School of Design. and founded MALL in 2009, and I looked it up. It stands as an acronym for Mass Architectural Loop-de-Loops, or Maximum Arches with Limited Liability. Love that one. Built in flexibility, and Jennifer Bonner is a recipient of the 2021 United States Artist Fellowship Architectural League Prize for Young Architects and Designers, Emerging Voices Award, and the award in Next Progressives Architect magazine. She's the author of A Guide to the Dirty South Atlanta, faculty editor of Platform, Still Life, and guest editor for Art Papers, special issue on architecture and design in Los Angeles. She has exhibited work at the Royal Institute of British Architects, among others in Miami, in the Yale Architecture Gallery, Istanbul Modern Museum, Boston's Rose Kennedy Greenway, and at the Chicago Architecture Biennale. And maybe for the background, as an architect, Jennifer Bonner has previously worked at the offices of Foster and Partners and also David Chipperfield Architects in London and Istanbul. So Jennifer, please, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
As the short and admittedly vague title suggests, I would like to set up a discussion around POP as a way to think about the architectural project. I'm not sure this folds neatly onto the digital, but here's an attempt at making connections with contemporary visual culture. And also, like Jill, I think I'm going to put forward a few provocations here at the beginning. Pop certainly has its own lineage of thinkers and designers, and this is nothing new. We could point to the moment where Denise Scott Brown reset the field by challenging architecture's formal analysis, like a breath of fresh air in her 1973 essay, Learning from Pop. Scott Brown calls for a new model, offering up comparative analysis between the high and low, something like Rome's Noli maps in combination with a close read of Las Vegas parking lots. So Venturi and Scott Brown assembled two things that should never go together. I'd first like to set up a few ideas extracted from pop culture before closing with three projects of my own. So I'm going to show two houses, one that's built and one unbuilt, and a facade study on digital materiality. So these are the set of terms. Pop is organized around these three themes today: cute collections, domestic backdrops, and the messy or casual. So I think we've heard some of these things previously from others presenting today. And these are the terms that I'd say might help us refresh the original themes associated with the most recent digital project. Terms like variations that Matthias offered up, the single surface and the geometrically smooth that were floated around, as we know, in the early aughts and the late 90s. And as we know, the previous generation focused on discourse around variations and computational feedback loops, and the discoveries made by Greg's seminal work on the embryo house set the groundwork. And so I see a group of architects today using the many or the multiples to establish a cute collection for their architecture, exchanging variation for collection. And it's never just the iconic one. Their body of work is best represented through a dozen, where architecture eerily looks like a family. There is a togetherness, a cuteness that prevails, the strong legibility of collection, but with other contextual pressures beyond the computational. So a few examples in this work can be seen in Mall's, Domestic Hats from 2015. So there's 12 overscaled massing models prioritizing roof types and blankness, momentarily ignoring a material tectonic. The collection of foam models are larger than they should be. They are puffy, they're intentionally scaled up, they lack detail, and they use exaggeration to call attention to the everyday roof type. The collection seems extra cute when they're taken out of the context of the gallery and placed back in the front yards of where the original research on roofs took place in the city of Atlanta. They read more like yard art than architecture. The cute objects at grandmother's place in the front yard as a way of decorating or establishing identity. Another example might be another mall project created in 2016 titled Best Sandwiches. Ultimately, we were interested in throwing a picnic for architecture. Not one, but a collection of 9 sandwiches began to challenge the problem of vertical extrusion in the mid-rise office tower. In other words, how might architecture stack? Obsessing over melted cheese in the grilled cheese sandwich, or the sloppiness of a hamburger where ingredients spill out of the sandwich stack, start to suggest the ways to think about facades, urban corners, and exterior terraces. While neat and orderly sandwich stacks such as the BLT and the club sandwich place emphasis on repeatable layers of ingredients. Popular culture's obsession with the best sandwich is found in most cities across the US, but it's also connected to art practice like Klaus Oldenburg's giant BLT, demonstrating my interest in bringing pop into architecture. So finally, with a little help from architectural friends, I wanted to point out how notions of the cute collections show up in the work of someone like Bessler and Sons, The Entire Situation from 2014, where there's 3 drywall rooms mocked up inside of a gallery to suggest everyday construction materials and thickness is indeed an architectural problem. Or Welcome Companion's notion of collection can be seen in her minimal objects, in quotes, with a splash of color, paired here with her line of mouse-shaped crossbody bags in dark navy. And lastly, Jermaine Barnes' porch chairs from 2020, 6 pieces that blend imagery of combs and crowns in what he calls a referendum on Black hair and Black architecture. So in summary, cute collections are vital to a group of contemporary architects whose interests are in widening the discussion from the digital form to things like construction details, sandwiches, or Blackness. The next topic is domestic backdrops. So I'm probably getting very historically incorrect, but in my worldview, this is one of the first interesting instances of the single surface in 1929 by Melnikov in his home in Moscow. This kind of magical fluidity of the horizontal surface as it becomes the vertical surface of the bed pedestal are the special effects that belong to the project of the single surface. With ideas around continuity, surfaces are no longer disjointed, but seamless and make a plasticity for architecture. So don't worry, I'm not going to give a lecture now on the single surface project, but to say I distinctly remember the day when I thought the single surface had died. I serendipitously had stumbled upon the closing night of Diller and Scafidio's brasserie restaurant in New York City, and I made this proclamation on Instagram that read, "The single surface is dead, alert the students." So if we believe the surface died in 2015 with the closing of the brasserie, the question remains, how might we refresh the single surface project? And I offer up the domestic backdrop. It's still a single surface, but it takes on other concerns beyond fluidity. The domestic backdrop is most comfortable in relationship with image culture, the artistic still life, and absorbs ideas like color blocking found in pop culture. Specifically, the popularity of color blocking in fashion trends, such as the 1980s rugby shirt, where blocks of color were not worn by rugby players, but by everyone. Or more recent examples seen in Marnie's color block sweaters, as well as the availability of any household item for purchase in any color combo of color block. And if we start to shift the discourse around the single surface and usher in the domestic backdrop, I think it's important to look at the post-occupancy of a project. And so this is house gables that I'm going to show in further detail next. But how might the interior surfaces, material blocking and color blocking set up scenes for the everyday life to play out? And how can we go beyond the architectural photographs is the aim here. It was exciting to kind of see the creative class in Atlanta use House Gables and all of its many backdrops for their own creative works and entrepreneurial activities. And so post-occupancy in the house is a swimsuit catalog, a rap video, another rap video, a short film, another rap video, and another short film. This one's by Shardrick Spikes in Atlanta. Okay, the last category, messy, casual, that I heard Leah speak to a little while ago. The way I arrive at the messy or the casual is actually through Mario Carpo's recent review of the book I co-edited with structural engineer Hanif Kara titled Blank, Speculations on CLT. Mario sets up the current state as it relates to tendencies with form and the collage. And so I quote Mario here. Many young designers in the last 15 or 20 years started cherishing collage-looking but digitally made compositions, particularly of a rough and disjointed, angular, and conspicuously fragmentary kind. Originally, a common sense motivation could have been the rejection of the smooth and the fluid style of digital streamlining and hyper-realistic computer graphics, as often seen as a sign of the digital turn in architecture. So the images currently on loop are students' projects from the Blank book, where the CLT blank is a ready-made industrialized object at 9 foot by 50 foot, and it's used in the design of these mid-rise towers. And we can directly make links between Mario's reading of the disjointed, the angular, and the fragmentary. And if curvature is not on the table with the planarity of the CLT blank, then this body of work points towards digital arrangements closely linked to the scattered plan or kind of a looseness. And they heavily rely on rotations in plan and elevation. So these are animations around aesthetics like scribbles, Photoshop paintbrush strokes, and a kind of casual smearing of mass timber across the facade as seen in Daniel Garcia's project, where kind of excessive layering of material assists in the cantilevering of timber. This is a thesis student of mine, Charles Kim, whose project is also less concerned with geometrical smoothness. It's interested in discovering materials that have yet to be built. He's obviously using physics engines, simulations where properties of wind, gravity, cloth, air are infinitely controlled. Images of pop culture come to mind. Think of down comforters, temporary tents from COVID, bags, and saggy building wrap. And all of these things inform Kim's architecture of softness. Andy Bacco, there's another thesis student, sets up a wiggle urbanism relying on representational hacks for BIM software, such as Revit. And again, we're seeing like computation, not to rationalize geometry, but to kind of make a mess. And there's also kind of humor in, if you know, you know, the kind of representational hacks. And then finally, my own work titled Blue Curtains, with interest in kind of low-tech, lightweight chainmail material with maximum visual effects. And so this is for a parking garage in Atlanta. And my interest in the kind of dumb and casual project that is generated from the representation of a physics engine. Okay, so now we're jumping into the 3 projects. I usually give a talk on House Gables that lasts an hour, so I'm gonna do it in like 6 minutes or something. These are the kind of concerns, the disciplinary concerns that I'm interested in, these kind of older paradigms of the free plan and the ROM plan. Sorry, Jill, I'm like kicking out the domino. And what I'm offering up is something that I call the roof plan. These are the two plans. The top plan is the first floor, and you see the second floor on the bottom. And here you can see where the ridge lines and the geometry of the roofs are projected onto the plan. And then these are a series of short sections through the project. On the far left is something what I would call is the invention here is like a roof room. So the room is literally hung from the roof above. This project is made out of cross-laminated timber. There are 87 panels in total, assembled in 14 days with a 40-ton crane by a crew of 4 people. There were about 4 engineers on the job. The conceptual engineer was Hanif Kara from AKT2 in London, and my dear colleague. And the walls are 3-ply, the floor is 7-ply, and the roof panels are 5-ply. This is like the image of the roof room and one of my favorite images of the project, because here you see the kind of elementary gable in the project that's being hung from, we could call like a folded plate, and then all the loads are transferred down the guardrail and hit at a steel beam in the framed floor of the first floor. I think CLT is truly a digital material. We can move directly from the digital model into kind of tooling paths and shop drawings, and shop drawings no longer have to be printed out. They're only being shown to the building officials to get a building permit. But really, these drawings are kind of the prep work for the tooling paths. The wood was manufactured in Austria by KLH. And they shipped over the panels in cargo containers to the port of Savannah, and then brought in on 11 different hotshot trailers. And so the piece of property on both sides are neighbors' plots, and so I'm borrowing the land for both the crane and the laydown of the panels. So at the end of the first day, you kind of squint your eyes and you think half the house has been built. But we probably only got 7 panels installed at that time. But here you start to think about the representation of our models that we make on our desk out of foam core and chipboard, and how even though this is mass timber and is heavy and assembled with a crane, it starts to look very light and manageable. At the time, I think there was no North American manufacturers that could flip mill the panels and kind of get the precision of the geometry. All of the roof panels were flip milled on both sides, and then the material started to come to site and stack up in piles and piles. Lots of logistics in kind of the reverse ordering of loading the truck, so that when you pick the last panel, it would be the first panel to be installed in the erection sequence. And this is kind of the rawness of what CLT looks like, with all the brackets and hold downs. And again, it's a finished material on the interior. It's also the structural material, obviously, but every time it gets touched with a crane or picked, there is kind of damage. It has to get sanded and steeled and stained back to working order. The photographer, Tim Hersley, lit the house with artificial lights. And if you squint your eyes, I think the aim here was that it looked like those domestic cats models that were back in the gallery, which was the research work for this project. Very much interested in contemporary art practice and the way in which artists like Mary Corse from Southern California used reflective markers on the roadways and started to use these reflective markers like in the painting on the gallery. This is some of my research at Harvard with students. We're making our own kind of faux brick stamp and wood grain roller, digital roller. When I started to call subcontractors in Atlanta to talk about how we're going to make this fake brick facade, they said, "Oh, we've done that at a Arby's around the corner." But what Arby's didn't have that House Gables has is kind of a glittery finish at the end. So the product is a sticker, it's off the shelf, it gets applied, there's one last layer of stucco applied, and then that 1/8 inch of a reveal is peeled off. And then the reflective beads are then used as a dash finish on that last kind of step or surface of the project. Very interested in something that I call faux finishes. There's a larger kind of southern story here. But again, this is the idea where like color blocking and material blocking starts to define rooms and spaces within the house. And these kind of geometric wedges that become these domestic backdrops that I've already mentioned. Okay. The next project, much shorter, it's currently underway. Here, there are no kind of gables, only a flat roof. And this is currently under review with the city of Portland and the state of Oregon. And here, you know, just imagine exchanging sandwiches with something like candy. And so we get this cute collection of candied objects that make up the blank house. They impose things like hard candy, candy canes, gumdrops, and accessory dwelling units. And again, this project has to be understood in the context of teaching the studio at Harvard and doing the book with Hanif. We're here, I'm super interested in the blank, the CLT blank as a ready-made. In this case, it's 7'4" and 20 foot tall in some cases. And it utilizes a mix of both platform framing and balloon framing. And then this is the final image of the project. It's on a slope, and it looks like a Dutch still life in this case. So again, KLH is producing the project and manufacturing the panels. Again, these details are only through communication from the team that's going to install and the building officials, although we can kind of forego this information because the panels arrived to site pre-cut with an 1/8 inch tolerance. Oops. And so again, I'm starting to insert kind of these domestic backdrops, and the still life kind of reemerges again to readjust the mundane activities of daily life. Okay, I won't talk through the plans. Okay, and the last project, it's very short, House Scallop, House Sawtooth. Let's see if this plays with sound. So I received a research grant at Harvard. I tried like 3 times and always got declined because my topics were too kind of random, but I dropped the word Mies van der Rohe and then I got the money. And so I kind of got smart. So this is a pair of houses in Krefeld, Germany by Mies, Haus Lange, Haus Esther. The idea was to take 4 drones, or take 2 drones and fly them along the back rear facades, which are the most famous facades, in synchronization, going brick by brick, coursing down the back. And then there were 2 other drones that are then kind of filming the performance of the 2 synchronized drones. And this is just all to get me over to Europe to see my in-laws during the summer. But I get back to the studio and I start to look at the kind of ingredients that are going to make the mall project. So I have this bad mesh from the drones that were hired in Germany. And then I'm starting to insert what I call a bad bitmap. You know, a bitmap would be something that's not seamless. It doesn't texture map well. You start to see the kind of repeated pattern. And then the third ingredient would be a bad bump map. In this case, it's like a split-filled stone. And so these 3 things are kind of informing the different kind of renders that I'm making and trying to invent new materiality. So this is the kind of stock photography of the materials that are kind of the base of the bitmaps. and then thinking about like how to cartoon them or how to engage something like the architect's blue foam or white bricks with pink grout. And so they've all been slightly skewed. And so in this case, I think this is like a painted OSB board with like a fieldstone bump map, tinted like neon yellow or whatever this is. These are lilac like scallop shingles made out of vinyl. This is like a Tyvek marble materiality. And all of this becomes these kind of facades that also might kind of look like candy, that you walk into the gallery and you can see the kind of white, kind of naked model sitting there. House Longa and House Esther then become House Scallop and House Sawtooth. And then these are the kind of the digital facades that can be tried on. So the idea is that can we start to build renderings as one-to-one materials? Okay, thank you.
Last lecture for today, but not last point of program. It's my huge pleasure to announce Space Popular's talk on the Portal Galleries. Lara Lesmes and Frederick Hellberg, both alumni of the Architectural Association in London, graduated in 2011, founded their practice in Bangkok in 2013 and have been based in London and Spain since 2016. They create spaces, objects, textiles, events, VR, virtual realities, both physical and virtual, and merging them together, as they did again in our wonderful installation titled The Portal Galleries in the exhibition. And they are concerned with topics of the upcoming immersive internet, which is currently being built, Web3, and virtual architecture. They have had solo exhibitions in various places, such as the Architects Stockholm, the Center for Architecture and Design, the MAXI, National Museum of the 21st Century in Rome, Royal Institute of British Architects, and the National Museum of Modern, Modern and Contemporary Art in Seoul in South Korea, and here in Vienna at Magazine with our friends who are not here, I think, Matthias Moroda, Jerome, and the others who founded that wonderful off-space for architecture that many of you know, I hope, or if not, please do check it out. Both have also extensive academic experience in teaching, and just recently started also teaching at UCLA since 2022 and teaching in Toronto since 2020. So please welcome Space Popular onto the stage. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Really amazing to see all the presentations today. Thanks so much, Marlies and Bika, for inviting us. It's great to be here. We're going to be talking about our research project that we call the Portal Galleries, which is the project that's exhibited here in the exhibition. And generally speaking, what this means, or what to sort of summarize it as, is the magic and mechanics of virtual travel. And really, to put it very simply, what this is concerned with are the sort of worlds that many of us are familiar with that looks like this. And a few things that we notice already is that in all of these different platforms, all these different worlds that many people refer to as the metaverse, we choose to call it the immersive internet, is that we all look different in all these different platforms. The world looks different, the rules are different, and how they work is different. This is a list compiled by Ryan Schultz of currently existing immersive internet platforms. You can see how many there are. Many of them have up to 100 or 200,000 individual worlds. We're talking about an enormous amount of virtual spaces that have already been created. And what we're really, really interested in and have been working on for the past 5 or 6 years is essentially this problem, that all of them are essentially dead-end shopping malls. You can go into one and do what you want in there. If you want to go somewhere else, you have to go back the same way you came. There's no real way of getting in between them. There is no civic or public infrastructure for us to move around in there. And there has been obviously some disastrous attempts at kind of replicating the ownership models that we have all been forced to live with on the physical planet through these sort of platforms, but replicating essentially a kind of persistently mapped world, replicating real estate kind of barriers, etc. And this might seem surreal, but sort of we have taken from a lot of different people, and one of them is Aldo Rossi, and actually find a lot of useful ways to think about this virtual urbanism or this virtual city, much more in the vein of like an archipelago, where we actually need to be getting used to spaces in ways that we move through them more like a kind of hopping around in an archipelago rather than a sort of street map where we have a location and we persistently move around in a way that we are used to in physical reality, which you also see, you know, many, many decades ago in psychogeography and other ways to think about the way we experience space much more the way we actually experience it, not the way it looks like in maps or the way it's planned out.
And that can still be considered a fact.
Yeah. And at the kind of center of all the work we do, we kind of have this speculation that by the middle of the 21st century, all media will be spatial. So this might happen faster than we think. But basically what this means is that by 2050, we believe that we will not really have any more screens that we hold in our hands, we put on our walls, we put on our desk, but it will all be spatially projected onto our environment through individually used immersive devices. And this sort of centers all of our work, really, thinking about this future and what will it mean. And coming back to this kind of difficult challenge of how we move between different spaces that behave like that, we have, over the course of these years, been doing a lot of projects where we speculate on what does it mean to create a meaningful and understandable way to completely shift from one space to another, not just simply snapping out of the space with a snap of a finger, but actually having some meaningful way to do that. So we've been creating artworks, all sorts of different ways to imagine what does it mean. You know, we have a public or a private space, how do those connect? We've done a lot of public artworks, video installation in Seoul, where we kind of imagined in a very direct and kind of fun way, what does it mean to think about media history in the past, let's say, 70 years, and if we imagine that they're actually doors, if they're actually kind of ways to move through different spaces. And basically what we believe with this sort of research we've been doing is that the portal, which we'll talk a bit more about today, will serve as the everyday means of transportation. So basically the way that the elevator or the escalator, these core, in that case, very physical ways to move around space, dominated the way that we built architecture and the way that we live, the magical portal will become a sort of design object that we all use every single day. And given that, we, about 4 or 5 years ago, decided to embark on this research project. We realized that we've actually collectively been imagining what this is going to be like in all of these books, films, TV series, video games, theater, and all sorts of other different ways of telling stories of this impossible way to move through space. And we created what we call the Portal Galleries, which is essentially an archive of these kinds of portals. Some of you might recognize some of these. And essentially what it kind of covers, we'll talk a bit more about this, but we're looking at their physical manifestation, we're talking about their liminal depth, so how long does it take to pass through them? Do we need keys? Can anyone go through them? Where do they lead? Space or time dimensions, etc., as well as who has authored them and in which worlds, sort of places have they been read or enjoyed. And as some of you probably have seen, this is the physical installation of this research here at the MAC. It was also exhibited last year at the Sir John Soane Museum in London, and it features a large table and a carpet. And this table we will describe more in detail, but it's essentially a temporal diagram from the inner ring starting at 1870 and like a tree going outwards to 2020, where each one of these little dots you can see there is a different portal. In the table we have about 400, but the archive has about 1,000 portals. Standing on this carpet where we can see some of this visual manifestation of these portals. And at the center also, essentially at the core of what this research project, how it's manifesting, is an immersive film, which you can see through a headset. And it is 17 minutes long, and most of you probably have not been able to see it, so we are actually going to kind of give it to you now. We're going to read it out to you so that everyone has a chance who have taken the time to come here can experience this. And just a little bit about this medium. This is a medium we've been working with in most of our exhibition projects. This is our 6th immersive film. And similar to what we've heard from Leah and others today, we do not see this kind of binary way of thinking about this medium. But essentially it's one of the, it's the first medium where we really bring our body into the medium and all of that, what that essentially means. So here are some of the stills of the film, so essentially what you're kind of visually experiencing. Started in 2017 with this exhibition in London, where there's a big glass sculpture, and essentially what you're experiencing in the headset is mapped to that space. You're like encouraged to move around with your body and touch everything that you can experience. And another example here from Milan a few years ago, this big kind of installation sculpture with a headset. You can see this film and essentially the room and everything that you can touch, and where the space that the body is physically in is correlating. And our most recent solo exhibition, which opened at Maxi in December, continues to kind of explore this notion of what is it like to really experience this future that we speculate on. Essentially, the kind of idea of a real virtual experience that it's not just a dead end. You put on a headset, you take it off, or you go into Facebook or whatever and you go out. But what would it mean to really have a sort of continuous life of this strange overlapping world? And at Maxi we built this large installation, which is just purely textiles hanging from the ceiling in several concentric rings that all 3 of these layers spin around, creating a kind of endless amount of variation of different ways to kind of think about space that is delineated by a facade versus space that is open like a portal that we can move through. So you can see that as these different layers move around, sometimes it opens up a space, we can go into the center, and in other cases it closes itself. And it's this very, very simple way of thinking about it, but essentially that, we are somewhere, we want to look for somewhere to go, and we go there. And essentially what this installation does is kind of curve that around so that you can access it from all different angles. And this exhibition was reflecting, again, on the writing, but also the kind of manifestation of the work of Aldo Rossi. Many of you probably recognize some of the colors and other amazing things. But essentially kind of thinking about what is it really like to look at a built environment when we can see all of the potential spaces that we could go to, not just the space where the senses are linked to the body, but the spaces that we could potentially go to. And that's what we have in the center of this installation. But it opens up these spaces where it symbolically carries the kind of idea of a portal, but they're all just textiles and they're hanging in these small panels. So you can actually go into anywhere you want, creating an even kind of bigger sort of endless way of experiencing it. And this ties together with, in all of our portal research, we've thought about so many different ways of like what is a meaningful way to open a door or to move through these virtual spaces. And in this exhibition, as you saw here and more pictures, and indeed in our work more generally, we have worked with textiles for about 10 years, and many of our interior work and many of our exhibitions, we work with digitally printed textiles. We're extremely interested in the way that it's such a universal way of interacting with something physical, and the way that it can carry so much meaning. Here's more examples from this exhibition at Magazine and also music festivals stages that we've designed. And we think essentially that out of all of the portals that we can imagine, we have put forward this idea that portals being made of textiles is perhaps one of the more inviting and meaningful ways to do this, because a textile can delineate space and it can close one space from another, but we do not really have an understanding of textile really closing a space off from one person to another. And it's not really understood as a material that can physically hurt or be otherwise kind of threatening. So we imagine a sort of portal system where if you're in a space like this, you simply just reach out your hand and pull a curtain away to reach the other space. And then that this would be a sort of endless world of textiles that you could pull apart to reach all of these different worlds. And this is the pre-version of the posters that many of you have seen, imagining that you're in a space like this and you reach out and you open up, reaching a sort of dreamlike Magritte beach. And we have also, if you're more curious, wrote a sort of text or manifesto that outlines some of these most important ideas, we think, in this next 30 years as we built this strange non-Euclidean infrastructure. You can see this on our website. And now we're going to demonstrate and take you through the portal galleries as it's seen in the gallery.
So, as all of these immersive films that we create are what we call spatial essays, we believe this was the best way of presenting the conclusions from the research. So, I'm going to try and see if I can do this live. The stories we tell are full of portals. We read about them in books, see them on the screen, and even traverse them in games. These magical or fictional thresholds defy the laws of physics and can instantly send a person across time, space, or even other dimensions. Sometimes the word portal is used to describe a transformative experience that transports you to a different state of being. Sometimes it is used to describe websites on the internet that serve as a guide or point of entry. But the most common use of the word portal in the 21st century refers to a doorway or threshold that can bend the rules of physics and transport you across time and space. Faraway places and moments in time, far out of reach, become accessible once you cross the portal. The stories we tell are full of portals. In 2023, nearly 30% of the highest grossing films of all time contain portals. As we consume ever more sci-fi and fantasy, portal fiction has emerged from obscurity to the mainstream. Today, we do not require introduction nor explanation to the idea of a multiverse and how it is accessible. The magic and mechanics of multiversal traveling through portals has such well-established tropes and lore that it can be baked into stories with the same ease as a magic wand or even a car. Some portals can take us across time or space, others to different worlds entirely. Some portals run on magic, others on technology, and some are dependent on natural phenomena, like black holes. They come in all sorts of shapes and sizes: a time-traveling spaceship in the form of an English police box, an old wardrobe leading to a fantasy world ruled by a talking lion, a portable pink door that opens to anywhere you wish, or a glowing block of light that can transport you across different timelines. The Portal Galleries is a study of portals found in countless stories spanning 150 years, all the way until today, also shown in films, TV shows, graphic novels, and video games. It currently contains nearly 1,000 different items and covers information such as when a portal first appeared and when it has reappeared in sequels or reproductions, how each portal works, who can use it, and where it leads. This film will tell of this ongoing study and some of its findings. The table that you see now is a timeline of the study. It will serve as a map as we explore the evolution of the portal over the past century and a half. It shows when they have appeared in time. Each centimeter in the surface of the table, starting all the way at the center and radiating outwards, represent 1 year up to today. Steps on the surface of the table represent 4 milestones in storytelling media development. The highest step represents the time before cinema became mainstream. The second step is the time before television. The third one spans the time before the internet. And the fourth one, the base layer, is the time before the immersive media, such as virtual reality or the so-called metaverse. Media can be seen as an extension of the body, and as media develops, we can see an increase in the number of portals in fiction. Media extends our senses, allowing us to stretch across vast distances into the past and future, and also across worlds and universes. The telephone extends our voice, the video call, voice and image, and immersive media includes our body language. Our lived experience in the early 21st century is so stretched by technology that perhaps we are already living in a multiverse and we just don't see it that way. The multiversification of storytelling is an indication that we are collectively envisioning a life in which physical and virtual experiences are inseparable. The more present and immersive our media becomes, the more portals in our stories. A selected number of portals from the study are represented on the labels on the table. And if you get closer, you can see the name of each portal, the story and series it belongs to, and in which year and medium it appeared. The labels are stitched to the table with a thread whose color indicates if the portal operates on magic, technology, or if it follows the laws of nature. Light blue threads represent magical portals, like the magic door in Howl's Moving Castle, from the 1986 novel by Diana White Jones and 2004 anime adaptation by Hayao Miyazaki. Orange threads are for technological portals, such as the time-traveling portal entity, the Guardian of Forever, from episode 28 of The City on the Edge of Forever. From the original series of Star Trek in 1967 and in the more recent Discovery series in 2022. The much more rare green threads represent naturally occurring portals. The majority of the labels have a diamond shape, which indicates that they are portals, while the truncated labels indicate teleportation devices, like the telepods in the 1957 book The Fly, as well as 1958 and 86 movie adaptations. We define teleportation and telepresence as different from portals, as the body does not move, but it is instead transmitted to a different place or time. Portals often feature again and again in stories. We can trace some of these examples here in the table. For instance, the wardrobe in Chronicles of Narnia has been reproduced in books, films, television series, radio dramas, and theater since its first appearance in 1950. In some cases, the portal is the very subject of the story, such as the Stargate of the Stargate universe, which has appeared in several films and television adaptations since the first time in 1994. In our study, we have also found that portals can be separated in a number of archetypes, here seen through the shifts in color in the labels. We can see the names of the archetypes on the second step of the table. There are cracks, portable holes, energy frames, ring gates, portable doors, bridges, trees, monoliths, mirrors, doors, chalk doors, walls, holes, caves, rooms, pavilions, vehicles, furniture, objects, media, beams, water, and fabric. Perhaps the most iconic archetype is the portable hole. It first appeared in 1955 in the Looney Tunes cartoon called The Whole Idea, and later in the Beatles' 1968 film Yellow Submarine, in the form of The Sea of Holes, as well as the 1988 film Who Framed Roger Rabbit. This archetype also includes the Marvel Comics character Spot from 1985, who is literally covered in portable holes. When we began the study of portals in fictions, we expected to encounter them in stories dating very far back, in the form of magic wells, gates to the afterlife, and caves leading to parallel worlds. And indeed, the most extravagant kind of portals are found in religious scriptures, mythology, and folklore from around the world. However, we decided to cover only portals in fiction and exclude religious scriptures or folklore, at least for now. But portals are barely found in fiction before the 19th century, and they are infrequent until the end of with the most notable example being 1865 story Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The stories of this time is often children who cross magical portals with surprising calmness into fantastical lands. In areas with a Christian background, this could be explained by the fact that the church, in its different forms, could censor literature which verged towards the magical or the unnatural. In the most well-known books of the time, such as The Wonderful Wizard of Oz from the 1900s, the existence of magical portals and parallel worlds is left very ambiguous. The protagonist is often a girl who is the only person to experience this subjectively. in some sort of dream state where her lucidity could be put into question. The period of mass industrialization, globalization, secularization, and mass media explosion after World War II in the 1950s is when the portal era really begins. It's marked by The Sentinel in 1951 by Arthur C. Clarke, which then became the script for the film 2001: A Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick. The story centers around a mysterious portal in the form of a black monolith of incomprehensible complexity, created by entities with far more advanced technology than humans. Once inside it, it transports the protagonist beyond time and space. The Wayback Machine in Peabody's Improbable History in 1960, and the Toll Booth from the 1961 book The Phantom Toll Booth, written by an architect, Norton Chester, are other notable examples of this period. The time in between the end of World War II and the height of the Cold War, coinciding with the moon landing. In this time, portals were often resource-heavy machines powered by science and not magic. And they were the result of tremendous collaborative efforts and used in a race for dominance. This is the case of the massive time machine in the 1960s TV series Time Tunnel, where thousands of people worked together under the desert surface on a secret megastructure with the code name Project TikTok, which would allow the US military to travel in time. The iconic spiral design has been replicated and mocked countless times in stories such as The Time Machine in 1999 from Austin Powers' The Spy Who Shagged Me. In this period, we also get introduced to the 20-kilometer-long Highliner spaceship in the Dune books, films, and television series. This story this is used by the Empire and the Space Guild to transport people and equipment across the known universe. Its fuel that is powered by is called the spice. And it's the most expensive substance in the universe, and it's central to the Empire's dominance and control of its vast intergalactic domain. The Cold War era, with portals in the form of gigantic machines used as weapons for imperialism, is replaced by a period where portals are simple but cleverly designed, and often serve satirical and comical roles in lowbrow science fiction, family movies, and body horror. The time-traveling DeLorean in Back to the Future in 1985, the phone booth in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures, or the people-eating television in Videodrome are all good examples from the 80s postmodern portal period of gags and gore. The period that followed and largely lasts until today has focused on class status and ethnic divides. Most notable is perhaps the brick wall portal leading to platform 9 3/4 in the Harry Potter series. Those who are born into a certain group of people can easily run through the wall into a future of power and privilege, while the rest of us would symbolically and literally smash our heads into the brick wall and never know the life on the other side. There are countless stories during these times and until today where portals are out of reach to most and accessible only to a selected few. The portals in these stories tend to be made possible by magic and play an essential part in a power struggle where the right of access is granted to a minority, or in more extreme cases, to one race, family, or even one single person. Portals in today's most popular stories, such as Harry Potter, are predominantly used as tools to get the upper hand through access, speed, knowledge, weapons, and therefore gain control over others. If these are the stories we want to hear, what does it say about us and the time we live in? As it seems in our times, we are foreseeing the tremendous political, technological, and cognitive challenges that a life full of portals will bring, while also considering such a future as the inevitable everyday and familiarizing ourselves with it. Portals are already commonplace elements in video games and social virtual reality platforms. However, they mostly exist within private platforms and do not provide a connection between them. If the 1950s and 60s were the age of physical infrastructure, when portal fiction featured imperial technological warfare, the 1990s and 2010s, the age of digital infrastructure, when privilege and exclusion drove the desire for magical portals, then the 2020s and 30s should be the time of virtual infrastructure when we actually build portals to be used every day within spatial media. Inside virtual environments, portals will be our vessels to sail across virtual environments. The way in which these portals operate, the places they connect, and how they do it will define the fairness of virtual infrastructure. Studying the portal archetypes found in fiction, their history and cultural baggage will assist in the design, regulation, and development of the portals of our everyday life.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you all for this fantastic round of presentations in the afternoon. And I'm glad Hani, now I'm speaking loudly. I'm glad Hani is back. Because with my question, I want to kind of I guess address this question of generations a little bit. Everyone on the stage is sort of, I would say, a mid-career architect. Everyone is teaching, so you all have students, and everyone, of course, is a student. A lot of you have actually said, forever students, but also a student in a sense that most people have been actually students of that generation that Mario Carpo talked about, that was in the 90s, in some way involved in the question of the fold. And so Hani mentioned earlier, the phrase of just enjoying technology. And Miriam, we heard in the very beginning of the day, spoke about, Miriam Hilavi Abraham, don't ask if technology is good or fair, ask how it shifts power. So we see this is a very, and I think Miriam is probably was the youngest, or definitely one of the younger speakers, so I think there's quite kind of a very different sentiment here. So my question is to you, to the people here on stage, and also the other people who have presented especially, how do you navigate that range of, you could say, emotions? So on one hand, excitement about technology, that beautiful moment when you discover something new, when technology does something on a visceral level, or you can hack a tool, like Leah mentioned, right? You use tools in ways that are maybe not meant to be. And then at the same time, what I would say, what also has been mentioned a lot today, a sort of angst or something about the zeitgeist that deals with political questions, that deals with sort of a broader perspective, where often technology, these very same technologies are used, as a few people have mentioned, to consolidate power. That's my initial question to you.
I hadn't put that together until you just said it. All of us have been either trained by the architects of that generation, or we're watching kind of the magazine covers and the explosion of drawings and models and all these things. There was a recent show in New York by Cynthia Davidson of Log, which was called Model Behaviors, and Greg's embryo house was like in a plexi box, like in the Cooper Union, and I was like, I'd just seen it for the first time ever just then, and it was a kind of like wow moment to see it, but then it also looks like it could be just a long time ago. And so I think Jill kind of said it earlier in his presentation. It's like, although we've been trained in that kind of error, there's something about trying to undo or to rectify or to challenge the generation before us. And in his case, that was like the kind of smooth geometry, and then it came out as a theme in my talk too. I would just say, I think there's other things that we could map onto it. Certainly in North America, I think like the ghost of Peter Eisenman, I think kind of like a clamp down on American academia and people in like the UK, like Peter Cook would say that he almost killed architecture. So, there's also all these kind of characters and lineages that is kind of like a master tree. I would just say that in my own case, I don't really talk about technology, so I use it whenever I need it. I like things that move around. I like making beautiful things, and I think the focus, though, is on the representational technique of how to output my kind of architecture.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think this is a great question. Maybe I have a little bit different perspective, and the whole conference was a different perspective of different generations. So because you talked about power relations, and I think this is really an important and interesting point, specifically when it is about the use of advanced technologies to any form of creative endeavor, because we are still talking from a privileged position, right? I mean, the access to technologies is still very much limited to Western white societies in most cases, even if there's the argument, oh, well, now we have cloud computing, it's cheaper, so everyone has access to it. Theoretically speaking, yes, but practically speaking, no, because $30, for example, per month for a diffusion model service is maybe not a lot for us, but for many other people it is a lot of money. So, so not only is there a problem with the privilege of access to technology, it's also that we have, like Western societies have, of course, a massive advantage in terms of data sets creation, for example. That's why certain populations are not present, certain cultures are not present, etc., etc., etc. So I'm approaching this idea on technologies, although I'm a long-time user of these technologies, with a very critical position these days, trying to understand how can we actually make it more accessible, but also how can we, even if we are in a privileged position, contribute in a positive way to the development of arts, architecture, music, whatever it is that you want to do with this.
I mean, question is quite broad, so I guess we can approach it but we have come up several times today, and I guess, I mean, we hopefully demonstrated just through the sort of facts of the research that the stories of these portals, they reflect society in many ways. I think one thing that really surprised us is that these stories that are told right now are stories of power struggles between class, race, and not like we should deal with them, but the stories, if you read them as kind of messages of the ways to structure society, they're more like, this is what we should do. You should be the lucky one to join a wizarding class of people that can dominate the world, sort of thing. So that's just in relationship to the research that we presented today, but I guess also more broadly, the sort of people that you mentioned, in our experience, our students don't really know who those people are. And I mean, in a way, it's like, yeah, that's many other things to deal with and think about, and somehow they are still sort of like ghosts, maybe more over us than, thankfully, the next generation. But on top of this also, I mean, just as a side note, maybe not super related, but we have been teaching, in our teaching, virtual architecture we call it just virtual architecture, but the briefs are all sorts of things. We've also taught things like the way that Leah's been teaching with building these mixed reality experiences, but also quite kind of infrastructural project with designing portal infrastructures, etc., and teaching students tools so that they can go right after and build virtual platforms that work. And since we started doing that, both in schools in the UK, in the US, and in Canada, the cohorts have been like 95% people that identify as women, and they say that, I mean, students have been telling us that you're just giving us the tools. We do not need to go into architecture because master students already see that it's a world we don't want to be a part of. Not everyone, of course, but people have told us. Just to, again, reflect on, we think that this technology is liberating architecture, and in practice, not. I mean, the way that most firms work is still this sort of Eisenman's world and all of this stuff that a lot of humans do not want to be a part of, it seems.
I think, in that vein, I'm wondering, as you're all teachers, how do you see, what do you hear from the next generation as a seismograph? And there's maybe people here in the room also, so we'll take audience questions, and I want to hear, obviously not just from students, from anyone, if you had any particular questions to the group. But yeah, I'm wondering if you, you mentioned some of them don't know the generation before. There's 60 years since Sketchfab was invented, which Leah mentioned in the lecture. 30 years, so basically the first, computer program, essentially, by Evan Sutherland. 30 years since the folding book came out. I mean, now we're in contemporary stage, so we cannot know what that moment really means yet, right? We're, as we mentioned with the exhibition, we're trying to create like a cross-section, define a moment. So it's going to be, of course, interesting how this is going to be looked back and how our students are going to sit on stage and criticize us in 30 years or less. But yeah, curious if you have anything that you observed there where there's a change, and again, also then opening up to the audience with that.
I can jump in. Sure. Does this work? Yes. Thanks. It's a really great question. I mean, one of the things that I observed is that since the moment that Sandra and I really started to focus on research on AI and really starting to teach it, how fast students were in going straight into that direction, and always having the first question. The first question is always, "Am I going to have a job?" Yeah, when this whole wave comes over us of those tools that learn and can do everything, and after they are with us for 1 or 2 semesters, they don't ask this question anymore, because it becomes more clear that it's always the same thing. You fear what you don't know, right? So, and as soon as you start to explain closer what it does, what it can do, what it cannot do, they become a little bit more relaxed and understand that it's actually a valuable tool that they can apply in the future. Same to what you were saying before, it doesn't need to be necessarily architecture, right? There's like a whole plethora of other areas where you can apply this form of knowledge. So I have the feeling rather than focus on, let's say, like a very specific architectural theoretical position, and I'm going to follow this for the rest of my life. Therefore, rather more flexible notion towards what they want to achieve with their knowledge that they gain in our studies. Some are more inclined to theory, some others, but that has always been like that, I guess. Yeah. But the most important question for them is that this whole, honestly, revolution that they're experiencing at the moment, which is, just if you think about this, the digital tools that we use as students were almost exclusively for students, for architecture, maybe a little bit for animation and for design, but they were like very contained tool set. And now they're learning tool sets that are completely open and can be applied to any other area in our lives, basically.
We can open up.
Shall we do questions? I don't know.
Yeah, sure. From the audience, is there questions or a question? No? Or I see somebody? No? Okay, that was. Did you pointed at somebody? Was there somebody? No. Okay. Sorry, I was like, maybe that's like a really shy person. Okay, I do have more questions. So that's good. In that range between, let's say, reality and the virtual. Again, we have opened it up, especially, all day long, really. But I think in the afternoon it's become even more apparent. Again, to your definition about a lot of students, and including us, maybe some don't define themselves strictly within architecture, but then I guess my question is, which parts of your work are real to you? So, is it the actual moment it becomes a building? Is it the moment it becomes physical? Is it the moment where you see it in 3D on the screen and you turn it, or is it already in your head? kind of negotiating that diagram that we also saw today in multiple iterations, and you talked about workflow, but just on a very simple level, I'm curious, almost on a personally in your design process, where does it become real for you?
I got one. Thank you. I think one thing quite easy to think about, to put a moment in which you could say it becomes real, is the moment that somebody else can inhabit it or access it, whether it is ideas but generally like spaces or things. The moment that someone can access, to me, that's maybe becomes part of a shared reality, which I would say that's what eventually matters. Of course, you can have experience a lot of richness in your inner worlds, but I would say that is the moment that it becomes a shared reality, or people was talking about truth in the previous panel, I don't know, but like a shared thing is maybe when it's like you can agree that it's real. And that's why this way of thinking about, or like the way that now we seem to be collectively trying to define what is something like the metaverse or the immersive internet or whatever we want to call it, is quite interesting to see what people is trying to do, because then it's like, oh, if you can draw a map of it, then it will be the same thing for all of us, and therefore it can be real or it can be true. And that's why I think ways of thinking that embrace a sort of a multitude of subjective approaches, such as, I know it's quite weird to say or surprising, but like I think Aldo Rossi's way of thinking about the city is really useful because it allows things to be a defined thing while it is viewed differently by each one of us. And I think that's what we need to start to get comfortable with, that we will not be able to measure or we will not be able to define things anymore with this scientific certainty, but things being a lot more, things encompassing many different perspectives, many different points of view, and things being a bit unmeasurable is, I think, is the way to go about it, rather than trying to fit things into boxes.
So the real is becoming more complicated, in some way, or more open.
I mean, there's a couple of concepts that I'm starting to really doubt recently, among them authorship and reality. So, I mean, Anil Thess, a neuroscientist, has a very interesting theory that actually each one of us is hallucinating his own reality, and what we consider together as a reality is a small intersection between those hallucinations. So maybe reality is maybe not that important.
But in your personal hallucination?
Sorry?
In your personal hallucination?
In my personal hallucination, that's a good question. In my personal hallucination, I'm trying to be aware that maybe it's not important. No, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that every single step for me is some form or part of this reality, whether it's the inception or the physical object or just a picture of it. So might not be, maybe it's more important for others what they think it's their reality for what I'm creating.
Mm-hmm.
So Greg's going to talk after?
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to see.
Perfect. We're perfectly on time. Unless any other questions have bubbled up from the audience? No? Okay. Then I will introduce Greg, and thanks all of you. So Greg Lynn doesn't need too much introduction here. He's been a professor at Die Angewandte for over 20 years, I realized when I looked up his bio, which is crazy. As I mentioned at the very beginning of the day, he was also my professor. And I think what he really opened up for a whole generation of students is sort of this other way of practicing architecture that isn't defined through necessarily building or building buildings, right? But where architecture could be a whole range of things. And that was really, really precious to me as a student, and I think to a lot of people. He always had a sense and a kind of acute awareness of pinpointing the urgent topics of architecture at a certain time, and to put that into writing and discourse. Oh, here he is. Hi, Greg. Hi. Yeah, and I don't need to mention, has taught a lot in many different institutions, but yeah, at the moment is sort of long-term professor at UCLA and here at Angewandte. So with that, thank you, and over to Greg. Thanks.
Thanks so much. So I really wish I was there to see the show. I've been watching and listening to all the talks, and you know, in a couple of weeks I'll see the show. But I have to say that I'm trying to temper any melancholy in my thoughts, because for me, this is an event that was instigated by Mario and has the participation and work of a lot of students of Hani. And so, you know, I am going to desperately miss Hani and Mario at the Angewandte and at next door to the MAC, and we'll miss them in the city of Vienna. So it also, I can't help but feel that I want to speak for Mario, which I can't do. But I do, you know, think that there is something that's been very important about Mario in the field when it comes to innovation, and especially technological innovation, which is, you know, sometimes seen one-to-one with innovation, but frankly, technology plays a small part in innovation. But I can't help but approach this by asking myself, like, which is the topic of the whole day, what's new and what's old? And I think that one of the things, just as a preface, that it's so important about what Mario has done is he's looked at digital technology and said, what's old about it? So even if it's a new technique, a new system, a new methodology, what in it conceptually and structurally could resonate with architecture, and even better in some cases, what parts of it owe a debt to architecture, which that debt could then be exploited in some way by this new methodology or by the new technical execution. So, you know, and whether that's looking at Alberti, whether that's looking at the move from fractional to digital measurement, all of these things had a really big effect on me. And frankly, it feels very comfortable for me in the sense that when I first came in contact with digital technology as a teenager, it was when I was also learning about the discipline of architecture, primarily through the studies of architectural history at the time, because that was how it was taught. So Palladio and Wittkover were as important to me as, you know, Alias and Wavefront. So, I mean, in that sense, I feel very much in a kind of a tribe with Mario. So I'm really sorry Mario's, well, I'm most sorry Mario's sick, but, you know, temporarily, but I'm sorry he's not there, not part of this conversation. But I think that's just to say Mario's not a futurist. Like I remember the time with digital technology when there was a whole industry of people that would start every talk with, in the future, you know, we'll 3D print buildings. In the future, we'll do all these things, you know, which were the things that we were already doing in a funny way. That's really all futurists can do. Mario is really great about saying, what is the problem and what is disciplinary about the problem, and how is a new technology reframing a problem and rethinking a problem and shedding a new light on how we do what we do. And it did always find a way to resonate with some disciplinary aspect of architecture. So, you know, in that sense, I really appreciated so much of the content today because it was not taking a position of, you know, in aggregate, wasn't taking a position of disruption or experimentation. And disruption is a term that entrepreneurs use. And architecture is, you know, maybe the least entrepreneurial profession. And I don't think people are talking about disrupting how things get done. And frankly, what to me is so refreshing is how few times I heard the term experiment. And I know that Hani will remember the days in the 80s and 90s when everything was an experiment. And when architects say experiment, they don't mean experiment like a scientist means, like I have a hypothesis and I will validate it with an experiment. They mean it more like an artist. Like, I'm going to just do this thing and then I'm going to try to interpret it and see what it means. And the thing that I find most new is that it's the end of experimenting with technology, and technology is getting old. And I'm not saying that the people in the event are old or their ideas are old, but there's a level of mastery and interrogation of the technology and saying, how is this technology going to readdress a problem, which is a problem for architecture? And so whether it's some new things like game engines and large language models for text to image or text to geometry, I mean, which now just anything that uses a large language model, people call AI, so we could call it AI. Which both of those things have collaboration and data collection implicit in their structure. How do those things make us think about collectivity and identity and citizenship? So architecture is one of the first and last fields whose primary job is not how do I make my client happy, but how do I make citizens happy? Like, how do I make this building, which will outlast any single customer, make the city a more vibrant civic place? There's not a whole lot of fields that think that way. Just because buildings last so long and are so resistant to being disposable, we're a field that thinks about that. So the people that talked about the use of these tools to think about identity, citizenship, and what it is to be a civic space or construction, it's very interesting. The same thing with some of the stuff I would put more in the category of what's old, meaning it's been in the field for 30 years. Things like form finding and augmented and virtual reality, procedural modeling, optimization against a particular model or trained model, fabrication, complexity management. All of these things are things that people have been working on a long time, but they're not experimental anymore. They're being used to think through problems of material properties. They're thought in terms of sustainability. They're thought in terms of, for me, most interestingly, engagement with popular culture, engagement with context. These things are all, I think, new criteria by which we look at what now we could probably comfortably say is old technology. So what's new about it is the disciplinary application and look, in my personal opinion. Now, the one thing I haven't mentioned is what about the problem of authorship? Now, it's such a hot button, and I know quite a few people, if not everybody, at least paid some courtesy to that question. I will just say, as a representative of what's old, that when a lot of these digital technologies first hit the discipline, the immediate question everybody asked, whether they were an expert or an amateur, was, what does this mean to authorship? And some architects said, I'll never use a computer, I'll always use a pencil and paper. Other architects just said, that's curious, how do you make decisions? But the primary question was the question of authorship. Now, I will say, when it comes to digital technology, that is the oldest question, is the question of authorship. It's the first question people asked. I'm sure it'll be the last question that architects ask. I would probably challenge everyone to critically look at how constructive is asking that question. Is that a problem? And if it's a problem, could you explain that problem and how the technology is going to solve that problem? And I would also just ask, does anybody care outside the field of architecture? I mean, I think, forget digital technology, the world seems to be less and less interested in the authorship of a building. That could change, but right now, I think that's probably one of the least relevant questions for an architect to answer, is, let me tell you about myself, because I think the world is not interested in the architect as an author. I think they're interested in the author in the architect as a technological mechanic. I think they're interested in the architect as an optimizer. And I think there are a lot of questions that have come up today that make architecture more relevant through technology. I personally am not sure the question of what does it do to our signature, or what does it do to our authorship, really gets you anywhere, because I just think these things are tools. And I don't, I think it's a cliche, but nobody's going to get replaced by AI, but lots of people are already getting replaced by people that can use AI. So I don't think there's a big change in that authorship. I would never use AI without a person driving it, but I would sure rather work with people driving AI than people that aren't. So in that sense, that's the one question that I was a little bit concerned about still being on the table, because I think so much of the other questions have been replaced by very focused disciplinary propositions by everybody. So anyway, it's hard to round up such a diverse and interesting group of people, but in my distant view of it on Zoom, those are some of my thoughts. And I really appreciate you having me at the end of this, but I also think the conversations between everybody were so much more interesting than anything I could say. I really enjoyed the event.
That was it for today. Thank you so much for coming to us, to the MAC and to the Angewandte Symposium this whole day. Very brave of you all with this beautiful weather. And yeah, this show will be up and running still till 10th of September. We'll be doing curator-guided tours every other Friday. So next up will be Bika next week, 9th June, while I'll be in LA. And my next tour will be on 23rd of June, while she'll be in New York. So choose wisely. There will be other tours announced on the website in autumn still. And have a beautiful evening. Thank you.